And everyone, the Rules Committee will come to order. Today, we will consider H.R. 3755, the Women's Health and Protection Act. Let me say this very clearly. Abortion is health care. It is essential health care for women, and it is protected under the Constitution. The Supreme Court's indefensible inaction in the face of Texas' unprecedented assault on Roe v. Wade makes congressional action both urgent and necessary. The radical and extreme Texas bill bans abortion before most women realize they are even pregnant. It makes no exceptions for rape or incest and enables vigilante justice. Under that bill, any person can sue someone who provides an abortion, helps someone obtain an abortion, or intends to do these things after 6 weeks. This is part of the larger assault on women's health and women's rights as individuals. 43 states have started chipping away at reproductive health care. Enough is enough. The decision to target an abortion is intensely personal. And it should be between a woman and her doctor. It should never depend on her zip code or income level, and it should never be made by Congress or a court. H.R. 3755 is simple but vital. It enshrines reproductive health care for all Americans into law. It upholds our constitutional rights, and it respects what has been the law of the land for more than 50 years. All women should be able to make decisions about their health and their future with dignity and respect, the way men are able to make decisions about their health care. And yes, that includes decisions about reproductive health care. These unconstitutional assaults on our health care must end. We will also be considering H.R. 4350, the National Defense Authorization Act. This measure is unique. Not only is it vital to ensuring our military's readiness and safeguarding our national security, it is also one of the few authorizing bills that the House considers every year. The bill before us today will help us meet today's challenge, whether it's the ongoing global pandemic, climate change, or growing cyber threats. It also finally makes changes to the Uniform Code of Military Justice to combat sexual assault in the military. And as a mother of an Air Force veteran, I am especially proud that it takes care of our men and women in uniform through a 2.7% increase, the establishment of a $15 minimum wage for covered service and construction contracts, and the authorization of a basic needs allowance to help combat military hunger. It also creates pilot programs to improve postpartum care and expands parental leave for our service members. In addition, we will be meeting on the continuing resolution once it is ready. I am sure that we will have a lot of debate today, but first, let me turn to our ranking member for any comments that he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Our hearing today supposedly covers 3 items. The first of these I will address is happily a bipartisan measure, H.R. 4350, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2022. It was produced largely in a bipartisan manner. The House Armed Services Committee, in its wisdom, chose to reject President Biden's proposed underfunding of American defense and adopted an amendment sponsored by Ranking Member Rogers to ensure that our armed forces would receive funding commensurate with our national needs. Once that amendment was adopted, the measure was passed out of the Armed Services Committee with overwhelming bipartisan support. I think the Armed Services Committee should be commended for its work on this measure and its efforts to serve as a model for the rest of the House. Since the beginning of this Congress, Republicans have been asking for regular order. We see now what can be accomplished when we allow committees to work together across the aisle and to produce important legislation without interference from House leadership. I'll have much more to say on this measure when we debate the rule on the floor, but for now, so long as this bill remains largely in its current form and the funding levels remain where they are, I think you'll see overwhelming support from Republicans. The second measure that was noticed as an unnumbered bill, which asserts to be a bill covering government funding. I say asserts because although this bill was noticed on Friday, no text was included in the announcement, and we still do not have the text as of the beginning of this hearing. I have to say this is disappointing, Madam Chair, and I'm unclear how we got to the point where the committee is ready to begin a hearing on a bill when we do not yet know its contents. According to the press reports, we may not even meet on this bill today. Madam Chair, can you tell me when we're ready to meet on the continuing resolution, or at least when we'll see the text?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Cole. We will update the committee as soon as the information is available.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll look forward to that. I'll have more to say on this measure, again, once we see the text. Our third bill is a deeply misguided and truly unprecedented piece of legislation. H.R. 3755 is being billed by the majority as legislation that would codify the Supreme Court's decision in Roe v. Wade, but instead it's the fiercest assault on the unborn since Roe was decided. Instead of codifying Roe, the bill before us today preempts any state laws that seek to protect life. Instead of allowing common sense regulations to protect the unborn, every single state in the country would be required to allow abortion on demand up to the point of viability. No more would states be allowed to protect conscience rights. No more would they be able to ban certain barbaric procedures like dismemberment of abortion, and no more would they be able to prevent sex-selective abortions or abortions targeting fetuses with Down syndrome. What's worse, the primary limitation in this bill, the point of viability, is left entirely up to the discretion of the individual providing the abortion. And prominent abortion advocates have been clear that the point of viability may extend all the way until the fetus has reached full term. This bare fig leaf of protection for the unborn turns out to be no protection at all. Defending life, particularly for the most vulnerable among us, is one of my highest priorities as a member of Congress. I would remind everyone of the words enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, that the right to life is one of those unalienable rights endowed by our creators. It is with that in mind that I strenuously oppose the bill and would urge all members to reject it. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank the ranking member for yielding back and his comments. I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on H.R. 3755. Chairwoman Schakowsky, Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, welcome to the Rules Committee, and we're delighted that you're here. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Illinois. Oops, I'm sorry. I now recognize Ms. Schakowsky.
Yes. Okay,
Chairwoman.
thank you.
Yes.
That's fine. Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, yes, thank you. I am grateful to be here today, understanding that this is one of the most sensitive issues for many, many people. Deeply held views, certainly on both sides. And anyone who is against abortion has every right in the world to be to feel that way, but not free to then require everyone to follow the standard of no abortions. And I want to talk about how widely that position is disagreed with in this country. And I think Texas is the perfect example of why we are, and women are desperate right now for the Women's Health Protection Act, a bill that would codify into law the fact that women everywhere have the right to have an abortion. Right now in Texas, as Congresswoman Torres has said, there is now vigilante rule right now. The Texas has an abortion law that says that after 6 weeks, a woman may not have a legal abortion. And as she pointed out, most women are really not aware after 6 weeks, at that early date, that they are even pregnant. And now it says that, and who really is affected? We see that particularly low-income women, women of color, people who are struggling to make ends meet. Some others may be able to escape Texas, but many are really unable to even have an option. And so what we see right now is that in Texas, the law now says that individuals are essentially deputized by the state of Texas to report. Actually, they are paid if they make a report of someone who plans to have an abortion. And who then would be penalized? It can be a friend, it can be a spouse or partner, it can be a driver that would take someone to have an abortion. I'm happy to say that Lyft and Uber now have said that they will not abide by that law, and actually will protect the clients legally from disobeying this incredibly harsh legislation. But there will be a $10,000 bounty. Imagine, in the United States of America, paying a bounty for someone who will turn in someone who would have an abortion and then penalize, under law, people who aided and abetted. Fortunately, not the woman herself, but anyone who has anything to do with it. This is just unheard of, this kind of surveillance, this kind of reporting, and I understand that they've actually set up some hotlines where people can call in and report this information. And so it's not the only bill, though. There's legislation in many states that are rushing to do exactly the same thing. In Mississippi, there's legislation that's going to be heard by the Supreme Court this fall that after 15 weeks would end abortion rights. But I want to tell you, this is a pro-choice nation. The majority of Americans are saying that women and whoever they choose to talk to, their spouse, their partner, their doctor, their God, can help them make a decision about ending a pregnancy. It is their decision. This is about freedom. Freedom, an autonomy of self, of bodily autonomy to make that decision. I want to tell you a little bit about polling, just to give us a sense of where the American people are at right now. 61% of voters across the United States support passing the Women's Health Protection Act to protect the constitutional right that, again, as Ms. Torres pointed out, for over 50 years has been the law of the land. 85% of voters nationally believe that regardless of where you live, whether or not you have any resources, enough resources, or how rich you are, that you should be able to decide on whether or not you are going to have to carry a baby to full term. 68% of voters nationally also believe that the constitutional right of abortion should be protected. This is the majority view across most of the electorate. And I want to say women right now are feeling much more empowered and making decisions for themselves, and believe that this is such a fundamental decision and have many reasons to choose an abortion. Yes, health care may be one of them, that this is not something that they can deal with mental health or physical health, but also that they are not wanting to bring another child into poverty, that this is not the right time to make a family, that there is no relationship or a bad relationship with the father, who we never talk about, the parent of that child. This is a decision that women can and should be allowed to make by themselves. Anyone who disagrees with that has, as said before, every right to do so, but not a right to impose that on us. 56% of voters nationally believe that state passing laws to restrict access to abortion is a bad thing for our individual rights. So they also weigh in on the side against states passing these laws. I think it's also important to note that abortion restrictions do not stop abortions from happening. Roe v. Wade was not the beginning of women having abortions. It was the end of women dying from abortions. So despite what abortion people who believe in restricting the right to abortion restrictions are not about safety. They are not about health. This is about, yes, a deeply held personal belief, but it has nothing to do with protecting the health and the safety and the autonomy and the decision-making of women. We know that data point out that a 218-year independent study and nonpartisan scientific review of all the research on abortion in the last 40 years by the National Academy of Science, Engineers, and Medicine conclude that abortion in all forms is safe and it is effective. And in fact, there are some data that shows that a colonoscopy can be more dangerous than an abortion if it is done early, if it is done professionally, if it is done in safety. The review found that abortion, here it is safer than wisdom teeth extraction, getting your tonsils removed. Abortion is health care. The Women's Health Protection Act brings us closer to a world where all people can make important decisions about their health, about their lives, about their families, and about their futures. I also do just want to point out that right now this legislation has 219 co-sponsors in the House of Representatives. And as much as I respect the views of everyone on this issue, no one should impose their view and prevent women from making the decisions that they need for their lives. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Schakowsky. I now recognize the The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Rules Committee. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain and unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly oppose this legislation before us today, the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. It's not the will of the people. Since 1973 and the Roe v. Wade decision, it didn't settle the question of abortion. It continues in each of our hearts, across states and across our country. Today is not about the Texas law. Today is a debate in front of this Congress, the men and women who serve as representatives from across this country, on what might be the most extreme piece of legislation ever. It is unprecedented. It's really hard to grasp what it would mean if this legislation were the law of the land. Abortion for any reason at any stage of pregnancy until birth. In the United States of America, we celebrate freedom. Freedom is not the ability to do whatever a person decides to do. We are free to do good and not harm. We are free to serve and to love one another. The Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act overrides pro-life laws and prohibits states from enacting legislation that protects unborn children. It removes common sense protections for women and children, like ensuring parental involvement for minors and protecting women from coercion. It allows for discriminatory abortions on the basis of a baby's sex, race, and disability. That includes laws that protects babies with Down syndrome. As a pro-life woman, I want to share with you my story. I've never had an abortion, but I gave thought in my younger years as what I would do if I found myself pregnant and alone. It would have been a desperate situation. I can only imagine how an abortion might feel in that moment as an easy solution, and it breaks my heart that anyone would consider abortion as their only option or the best option. Growing up, I was never much of a baby person. I was 35 and single when I was elected to Congress, and I didn't know if becoming a mom would even happen for me. Today, I can testify that bringing a new life into the world was the most amazing thing ever. It's the best part of life. Brian and I have two daughters and a son, and our oldest, Cole, now 14, was born with an extra 21st chromosome. It's the most common chromosomal abnormality. You all know it as Down syndrome. And in this debate over abortion, Down syndrome has been at the forefront all along. When Cole was first born, I wanted to change the name of Down syndrome, wondering who came up with this name. And then I read Dr. John Landon Down's biography. He was an extraordinary pharmacist in the mid-1850s that first identified the common characteristics that we know today as Down syndrome. So maybe we should call it Dr. John Down syndrome. And he went on to build a home and provide support for people who are often cast aside from society. I also learned about Dr. Jerome Lejeune. So he was pro-life, first discovered the genetic cause of Down syndrome in 1958, an extra chromosome 21. And it was only a few years earlier that he and others had identified that all of us, people, have 23 pairs of chromosomes. Around the same time, Western countries were beginning to draft pro-abortion laws. Dr. Lejeune has said himself that because he was pro-life, he was passed up for a Nobel Prize. The results of his research should have been used to advance cures. His mission was to save lives and to protect the most vulnerable. But unfortunately today, and against the mission of the late Dr. Lejeune, the results of his research are often used to identify chromosome abnormalities as early as possible with the aim of terminating the pregnancy. My hope is that we all learn, that we open our hearts to the science, to the research, the technology, and reject abortion. It's inhumane. As Pope Francis calls it, we've adopted a throwaway culture for the weak, the disabled, the disposable. It's not science, it's not the latest research. Because of technology today, we can see a baby develop day by day in the womb. Doctors perform prenatal surgeries to save lives. I think about Frank Stevens, who Tom Cole invited to testify before Congress. Frank told the world, "I'm a man with Down syndrome, and my life is worth living." For anyone who wasn't convinced and plans to overturn laws that protect people with Down syndrome, I invite you to meet my son Cole and get to know people like Frank. I understand the uncertainty, the fear, when doctors give a long list of challenges and the chances for heartache. But Cole's life couldn't be further from what we were told. He brings my family an immense amount of joy and love. And I know that there is an army of parents with children with Down syndrome who say the same about their children. For those of us who stand for life, we must do a better job of listening and loving. Fear and despair leads to more arguments, anger, discord, and insecurity. I believe that's why abortion is the most divisive issue in America today. It pierces every heart and may be the sharpest, deepest, soul-searching question before us as a nation. And it is intensely personal, as my colleague and friend here said. People have strongly held beliefs and stories on both sides, and we're guilty of dismissing one another. Sometimes it feels like we're not even speaking the same language. I remember, though, when we all stood up and applauded Frank Stevens for his powerful testimony. And I ask today to do the same. Follow your hearts. Stand up for all children. Their lives are worth living. Stop this legislation. Stop the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. Let's uphold the value and the dignity, the potential of every life. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I'd like to ask,
I'm wondering if I could just...
if you give me one moment.
Okay.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert to the record a statement of the administration policy in support of HR 3755. And with that objection, I recognize myself for questions. Ms. Schakowsky, you are recognized.
Thank you. I just want to say, I agree with what much of my colleagues said, certainly about her wonderful son and the right of people with disabilities. But there is a big mistake in the name that you've given to this legislation. The legislation would have no limitation up to and until viability. And I want to read from the language. It says, a prohibition on abortion at any point in time prior to fetal viability, including a prohibition or restriction on a particular abortion procedure would not, so that would not be legal. But it's talking about viability, and to say that it is to the moment of birth is just absolutely a misstatement, I think a deliberate exaggeration of what this legislation does.
Thank you for that clarification. I want to add that, I am a woman that doesn't come from wealth.
I don't either.
And I deserve, just like any other woman, to be able to make decisions for myself. I need members of Congress to trust women like me, that look like me, to make those decisions for myself in consultation with my doctor. I don't agree that the men and women of Congress should violate my right as a human being and as a woman, but should respect my right as a human being and as a woman. I also have a story, like many women do. I was 20 years old. I had to leave home at 18. I ended up living with who is now my husband. We were saving for a wedding. We got pregnant. Unfortunately, it was a tubal pregnancy. My doctor said I could potentially die. I was able, because I was working and I had good health care, I was able to go to the doctor, see a specialist who performed a procedure and said it would be 50-50 chance that that egg would fall into place or would be miscarrying. I didn't want to have a baby. And I was hoping that I would miscarry. But that would not be the case. The egg fell into place, and the choice whether to have an abortion or to have a baby was before us. It was a choice that I made with my then boyfriend in consultation with my doctor. We didn't know if that egg would grow into a baby. At any time of that high-risk pregnancy, I could lose that baby. I didn't know if it would be a baby that would then have challenges in life. I'm pro-life too, but I trust women to make their own decisions. And at 20 years old, I was too immature to have a baby. I knew that. But I chose to have my baby. And we got married. We didn't have a wedding, a nice wedding that I thought I wanted and that I deserved. We bought a house instead. But it was my choice. It was not the government's choice. It was not my boyfriend's choice. It was my choice. And I was supported through that entire process by my then boyfriend and by my doctor. My choice. A $10,000 bounty. Imagine having the pressure of that while you are trying to decide for yourself. You see, my choice about being pro-life doesn't end at pregnancy. It continues through. And as a legislator, I have a proven track record in supporting programs that benefit the general public, that don't starve men and women simply because they can't get a job or because they're too poor to pay an outrageous rent. I don't know a whole lot about what Uber and Lyft are going to do in this case, Congresswoman Schakowsky. But I have questions. If a young woman, calls for a ride to go into a health clinic that is known to not only provide abortions, but also provide health screenings, birth control, cancer screenings, HIV tests, all of those things that are needed in healthcare. Will that Uber driver or that Lyft driver, because of this $10,000 bounty, do they now have a right to question the purpose of that visit, thus violating the HIPAA law and violating those rights that that woman has.
Every single day right now in Texas, a young woman can face that dilemma because someone may see, oh my gosh, she's on her way to an abortion clinic, and $10,000 now could be mine if I turn her in. Now we have a surveillance kind of society
But
where
she could
people
be
are
on her
watching.
way.
Exactly. She could be going for any other reason. At the end of the day, they may discover it has nothing to do with an abortion. But imagine now this kind of barrier to making that decision, even to go there. And I would contend it's probably one of the purposes to make it dangerous to even go to a clinic that might provide, or a hospital or anywhere that provides abortion services. This is outrageous, and while my colleague says this has nothing to do with Texas, that means the constitutional right of every woman in Texas that may be contemplating an abortion or something else at a clinic could be under question.
So we
And
know
money dangled in front of people.
We know that there is no provision to protect women in cases of rape or incest, which are real. As a former 911 dispatcher, I can't tell you how many of those calls where young girls were raped by their father or a relative. Is it illegal in Texas for a man to purposely remove their condom while in the process of sexual intercourse?
Oh, there's no law prohibiting that. There's no law.
So there is also no protection. This law, this Texas law, is about controlling women,
Amen.
nothing else. Because if it was anything else, they would have also included controlling the actions of men that lead to an abortion.
I've heard that men are involved, yes.
Thank you. I will now yield to Ranking Member Mr. Cole for any questions he may have.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Rogers, let me start out asking you a little bit about the purpose of the legislation. The bill's entitled the Women's Health Protection Act, but nowhere the purpose, does the bill state, does it even mention women or their health? So from your perspective, what's the real purpose of the legislation?
The stated purpose of the bill is to permit abortion providers, quote, to provide abortion services without limitations or requirements that single out the provision of abortion services, and requirements that make abortion services more difficult to access, and, quote, to promote access to abortion services. This legislation is really about a mandate by the federal government that would demand abortions on demand without any considerations for anyone, including the conscience of the providers. It would override state laws.
Well, that's not true. That isn't true, though. That's not correct.
Some of the proponents of the legislation describe the bill as simply codifying the Supreme Court decision on Roe versus Wade. Would you agree with that?
I strongly disagree. It goes way beyond Roe v. Wade. Roe versus Wade allowed for state laws, informed consent regulations, ultrasound requirements, parental involvement or notification in the case of minors, aiming to protect women from coercion, such as in-person counseling. This bill would preempt and prevent these common sense laws that are permitted under Roe.
I also want to focus on some of the specific differences. In Roe versus Wade, the Supreme Court found that women have the right to abort a fetus prior to viability without undue interference, and they also found that viability occurs at approximately 28 weeks. How does this legislation before us address the issue of viability?
Well, the definition of viability is whatever the person performing the abortion says that it is.
So it can go beyond 28 weeks.
It's up to the person performing the abortion.
Okay, my friends on the other side often talk a lot about trusting science. Can you talk about some of the advancements in science that have occurred since 1973 when people frankly didn't know today what we know about fetal development?
Yes. It's really amazing when you can look and watch the development of a baby week by week. By 10 weeks, an unborn baby has arms, legs, fingers, toes, sucks his or her thumb. The baby will jump if startled. The baby's well on its way to being able to feel pain. By 15 weeks, all of the unborn baby's major organs have developed. And there's a rapidly developing field of medicine to treat prenatally babies in the womb, cure diseases or perform surgeries on an unborn baby, now even at 15 weeks. It's truly remarkable.
I think you touched on this, but just to get it for the record, if someone has a moral objection to performing or assisting in abortion services under current law, they're protected from employment discrimination. Does this legislation before us today preserve those protections?
Well, conscience laws are not specifically called out in the legislation. However, subsection B is so broad that any law that singles out abortion services and, quote, impedes access to abortion could be prohibited. Given section 7 of the law says, quote, courts shall liberally construe such provisions. In my opinion, provider conscience laws would be preempted, and those would impede access to an abortion by that would provide by the provider. The law also says that a healthcare provider has a statutory right to perform abortion services and may provide abortion services, and that a provider's patient has a corresponding right to receive such services. So the bill is explicitly stating that no one can seek relief under any other provision of federal law, including the Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield back.
Ranking member yields back. I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record testimony from a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing this past June and additional material in support of H.R. 3755 from the Center for Reproductive Rights. Without objection, I now recognize Mr. Perlmutter.
I support Ms. Schakowsky. I support this legislation. I appreciate the comments of both witnesses. Ms. Torres reminded me one of a close family member had a tubal pregnancy that was going to cause her serious harm and wanted to have a baby in the worst way, but this wasn't the right thing. And so I'm going to just leave it at that. I think that the woman must make these decisions with her doctor, with her God, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. I now recognize Mr. Burgess, Dr. Burgess.
And I thank the chair. So let me just ask a question, because we find in the bill the statement that abortion is essential to health care. There is a prior Supreme Court case from 1980, Harris versus McRae, that acknowledged that, quote, abortion is inherently different from other medical procedures because no other procedure involves the purposeful termination of a potential life, close quote. So what has changed since 1980 for Congress to now determine via legislative fiat that abortion is health care? That abortion is... The Supreme Court held in 1980 that abortion is different from other medical procedures because no other procedure involves the purposeful termination of a potential life. So this is a question that might have come up during our legislative hearing on this bill. Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, refresh my memory, when was our committee hearing on this bill?
We didn't have a hearing on this bill.
Yeah, and that's a problem. Some people feel that abortion is health care. for myself, somebody spent a lifetime in healthcare, I don't feel that abortion is healthcare, and no other procedure would it involve the purposeful termination of a potential life, as was held by the Supreme Court back in 1980. I realize these are difficult determinations, difficult decisions. People are going to bring their own experiences, but we're fixing to do something here today that really will fundamentally change things. And we're doing it without, I mean, our committee is one that tends to be bipartisan. We're not always. We can be partisan, as we've shown in the past week or so, but still, we tend to be bipartisan. We tend to call hearings that are meaningful. We tend to call witnesses that are going to add something to the discussion from the knowledge base and not just the political base. But we didn't get the opportunity to do that in this case, did we?
No, we did not, unfortunately.
And then my understanding is we're entering into our discussion here, this hearing in the Rules Committee, without a score from the Congressional Budget Office. Normally, I would say, well, that may not be so important, but in this case, having just spent the last week arguing back and forth about whether or not the Hyde Amendment would apply to this $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill, and for political reasons, people say, no, Hyde Amendment does not apply. So now, likely this procedure that you're codifying into law will be covered by Medicaid. So are the American people entitled to know how much of their federal money is going to be spent for this procedure, probably specifically at Planned Parenthood? I don't feel prepared to answer that question, but I think it's something would be worthwhile for us to at least investigate or have thought through. What is the effect of monetization of this procedure, and what would be the fiscal impact? Never mind all of the other difficulties with, as Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers has brought up about the disposable society. What other problems are going to be created? But look, there are very few things that pass through Congress where everyone agrees, and I get it that Democrats being in the majority, they're pretty much able to pass whatever they want. But we should at least be honest with people about what we're doing and why we're doing it and who's going to benefit and who's not. The other thing, and Ranking Member Cole asked the question about the viability question. And again, that's one where if we'd had our hearing, if we'd had experts in the room, whether they were sworn under oath or not, we could have gotten some very useful information. But having the nebulous definition of viability being determined by the person who is performing the procedure, I can see some conflicts developing there. And I think it would be intuitively obvious to the casual observer that there would be conflicts there. So, yes, McMorris-Rogers, do you want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to comment on the hearing on, well, not the hearing, the markup that we just had on the 3.5 trillion, our provisions, energy and commerce provisions, and the debate over Hyde Amendment. I think it's important to highlight that what the majority is planning to do is basically add abortion as an essential health benefit within that legislation, and it will be mandated then for every Medicaid plan. There's no option for a plan to be made available that does not include abortion services. And that's where it is imposing one opinion on an entire population. And that was never the intent of the Affordable Care Act. And it really goes against what the will of the people is, I believe.
It's, and again, at the end of the day, the answer may be entirely unchanged because of the political majority enjoyed by the Democrats. But I think people are entitled to know what's going on and how it's going to be paid for and who's paying for it and just what the price tag is. This is a bill that really shouldn't be before us today. I would recommend we do the work that we should do in our committee. I know it's difficult, and I know it's sometimes emotional, but it's work that we're required to do. That's why people elected us. That's why we were sent here in the first place. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. Raskin.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'm delighted to see this legislation before the committee, and I'm a proud co-sponsor of it. I want to thank both Ms. Schakowsky and Ms. Rogers for your thoughtful testimony today and for setting a very good tone for this important national discussion that we've got to have. And Ms. Rogers, I very much appreciated the things you had to say. I did disagree with your mischaracterization of the title of the bill, which is the Women's Health Protection Act, and it has nothing to do with abortion on demand to birth. So I hope that talking point at least can be replaced going forward. But in any event, this gives us the opportunity to respond to the emergency of the Texas law. And I know that that's what prompted the urgency of introduction of this legislation. The Texas law is blatantly unconstitutional. I think everybody on both sides agrees to that. There are some people who want to overthrow the current Supreme Court case law, but everybody agrees that the Texas law is completely opposed to what the Supreme Court has set up to now. Now, the original decision that we keep referring to is the court's decision in 1973 in Roe versus Wade, which determined that a woman has a right to choose an abortion in consultation with her physician within the first trimester, and then in the second trimester, subject to reasonable regulation by the state in the interest of the woman's own health. And then finally, in the third trimester, the abortion could be banned completely because of the development of fetal viability at that point. That was basically the trimester framework that Justice Blackmun came up with in Roe versus Wade, and it was based on a prior decision in 1965 by the Supreme Court in the Griswold versus Connecticut case, which said that people have a right to privacy in their most intimate, procreative, and reproductive decisions. And that struck down a ban on birth control that Connecticut had imposed, even for married couples or even for long-term relationship couples. And the Supreme Court said, you can't mess around with people's lives like that. There is, in due process, a right to privacy that we all have under the U.S. Constitution. And that's what the Supreme Court definitively proclaimed in 1973 in Roe versus Wade. But that decision, my good friend Mr. Coles said that we like to cite science over here. We do like to cite science over here. I plead guilty to that. The Supreme Court's jurisprudence on abortion was updated by Justice O'Connor in Planned Parenthood versus Casey in 1992. And Casey said that the core of a woman's right to choose is preserved, and yet, because of scientific changes, the Supreme Court discarded the trimester framework and instead replaced it with this idea of pre-viability, before a fetus could live outside of the body of the mother by himself or herself. That is a medical decision for a woman, her husband, her partner, physicians, their ministers, whatever, to decide. After that, post-viability, at that point the government could get involved to reasonably regulate or even ban the decision. And that is the national constitutional law that's been governed up until now. We've got Texas and other states that are trying to impose these crazy new systems. The Texas law is unbelievable. I'd be interested to see if anybody on the panel will defend the Texas law, which seems to be rejected by a majority of Americans. But the Texas law basically deputizes everybody in Texas, I think everybody in the country. I hope my staff will check this out for me. I don't even think you have to be a Texan, but you can become a bounty hunter to determine whether a woman has gotten an abortion or tried to get an abortion, and then the doctor, the nurse, the person who's the receptionist, the Uber driver, the mom and dad who maybe took the young woman to go get an abortion, all of those people can be sued for up to $10,000. And I think additional punitive damages, but I'm going to check that out. So the whole country has basically been turned into bounty hunters for women exercising a constitutionally protected right. And I think we all agree, today it is a constitutionally protected right. You can't cut it off at 6 weeks. As I heard the governor of New York say the other day, she said she didn't even know she was pregnant at 6 weeks with her children. I asked my wife, she couldn't remember in all of the cases, but certainly, 6 weeks is very early to know that you're definitively pregnant. This is a law that bans abortion, and let's be honest, this is an attempt to get the Supreme Court to go in, and I think to accept the invitation that Ms. Rogers was implicitly issuing to us by reading the Declaration of Independence. Now, we all know the Declaration of Independence is not binding law, the Constitution is, but I love the Declaration of Independence, and the values of the Declaration should infuse our understanding of the Constitution and of democracy and the rule of law. But the implication, I believe, is that if we read life in Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness to ban abortion, it must be illegal everywhere in the country. So even those women running away from the law in Texas would not be able to get to Oklahoma or to Louisiana, because if you read the Declaration of Independence as national law, then it should be illegal everywhere. And I accept that position. I don't know if that's Ms. Rogers' position. I don't want to attribute it to her. But some people would say, yes, it's murder in every case. Ban it in every case. Now, I want to go to the specifics of the Texas law because this is so dramatic. And to me, it underscores the fundamental importance of us passing this legislation. Ms. Schakowsky, is it the case that in Texas, if you are a woman and you are raped, and the rape is prosecuted, and they find the rapist, and the guy is convicted, you still must have the rapist's child?
There are no exceptions. There now are no exceptions, and so she would have to carry that child. And
anybody who assisted her in trying to get an abortion either in Texas or out of Texas, and I don't know whether that's been tested yet, whether they're going to try to hunt people down if they go to a neighboring state. But if your daughter were raped in Texas, and you call the police and they know exactly who did it, and they find the guy and they prosecute him, and the guy's convicted, if it's after 6 weeks, you must still carry the rapist's child, okay? And if you're the mom and you help your daughter go and try to get an abortion, the bounty hunters can come and nail you for $10,000. Am I understanding it correctly?
yes, that is correct. And I'm glad you brought up, because we're not just talking about women, we're talking about girls.
There's no age limit on that. It's not as if, so they're presuming that if you're 16 or 17, and whether you're the victim of rape or incest, or you get pregnant after the prom, whatever it is, that you can have a child, and they're going to make that an illegal act in the state of Texas.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you agree with me, at least my interpretation, that that is a total violation of the Supreme Court's current understanding under Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey?
Yes, it is, and it is also the view of the vast majority of Americans that is just unacceptable.
You quoted 61% of Americans who support the law as it stands today. So what's happening in Texas and what we're seeing among our friends is an attempt to erode the protections that women have under the law, under Justice O'Connor's decision in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, right?
That is correct.
Okay, is there an exception for a 15-year-old girl who is raped by her own father or by an uncle? Is there an exception in that case under this law?
No, there is not.
There's not an exception for anyone who's a victim of rape, anyone who's a victim of incest. Is that right?
Incest.
Okay.
Wife of the
Now,
mother.
as I understand the Women's Health Protection Act, the point is to restore not even Roe versus Wade, the trimester framework. The attempt is to restore Planned Parenthood versus Casey, the line of viability, which was drawn by Justice O'Connor. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And a lot of states have codified Roe versus Wade or Planned Parenthood versus Casey. We're doing what a lot of states have done. My state did it. My state said, well, there's a lot of manipulation of the Supreme Court going on. We saw what happened with my constituent, Merrick Garland, who was nominated by President Obama a year before Obama was going to leave office, and Mitch McConnell said, well, we're not even going to have a hearing on that guy because it's too close to the election. And then we saw with Amy Coney Barrett, that they had a hearing a few weeks before the election took place.
Actually, the election was underway.
The election was already underway. People were already voting. It was just a month or two before, and in his inimitable way, Senator McConnell laughed the whole thing off and said, well, of course we'll have a hearing for one of our appointees. So a lot of manipulation going on of the Supreme Court, a lot of injection of politics into the Supreme Court. I think we should do what states across the country are doing. The people, the vast majority of this country, which don't want to get involved in being busybodies in other people's lives, don't want to be trampling other people's freedom, don't want to be making other people's medical decisions for them. The vast majority of the people have got to stand up. We got to pass the Women's Health Protection Act. And I just want to ask you finally, Ms. Schakowsky, because you're somebody I know, you've devoted your career to trying to make this society more humane and more just. And I was moved by what Ms. Rogers said about we don't want a throwaway culture where we throw people away, we throw families away, we throw women away, we criminalize everything, we try to put people in jail because we disagree with their decisions. What's your reaction to the idea that we shouldn't have a throwaway culture?
No, I totally agree with that, and this legislation has nothing to do with the throwaway culture. We don't want to throw away girls and women who have been raped or have made a decision in their life. And often a very...
Do we want to throw away doctors and nurses?
And we don't want to throw away the doctors and nurses who would be penalized.
Should we subject them to tens of thousands of dollars of civil penalties by random vigilantes who decide they want to be bounty hunters?
Or even the intrusion into the investigation.
I've gone on too long, but Ms. Rogers, just want to ask you, do you support the Texas law?
This is not about the Texas law.
Okay,
And
I yield
think
back,
that-
Madam Chair. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? It's a legitimate question.
Okay, yes, I'll yield to my friend.
I have the floor. Gentlemen, yield. I will now recognize Mr. Reschenthaler for comments or questions.
I just had a question for my friend from Maryland. And I'm not trying to be snarky. You were talking about codification. I obviously am not advocating for this, but why didn't the majority just codify Roe or codify Casey? Like, why wasn't there just a movement to codify those opinions?
Well, you don't codify an opinion. You have to derive the principles that are embodied in law. And I understand that's what this is. And to the extent it's not, I'd be interested to have that conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not advocating for that, but I think one of the big problems is the way viability is described.
You're not advocating for it?
We're not
No, I'm
talking
not,
over
no.
each other.
Okay.
The gentleman has the floor. If you want to yield or ask a question of one of your colleagues on the dais, please ask me, and I will yield to them.
Okay, I would.
Respectfully.
Well, I have a legitimate question for my friend from Maryland. I think we're actually having a decent conversation. You know, we're both lawyers. I'm not the constitutional expert that he is. I mean, this is a legit question that I have. And I know you don't just codify an opinion, but you get what I'm saying. I just think that one of the problems is viability, because as you were talking about the legal precedent, I mean, viability goes back to common law, right? And so you would see a shifting in the law and the statute going back from viability, and as viability shortened, you had more and more restrictions. And again, this is hypothetical, but typically that's where we were. So that's just a question, because I think viability is a big hang up here. So I'd yield back to you.
Well, I appreciate it. I think you put your finger on, I think, what's most agonizing about this debate for most Americans. I mean, nobody, to my knowledge, is out celebrating abortion. And the reason that we've treated it, I think, properly within the constitutional law as a personal decision is because all those things are so difficult. But Justice O'Connor's opinion was saying this is a scientific or medical question of viability. That's where we're going to draw the line. And if it moves up, so be it. It moves up. I personally favor a massive investment in research into birth control, so nobody ever has to face this choice. But I do think that there are some people who oppose abortion who also oppose, for example, the morning after pill, because they consider that an abortifacient, and I don't know if that's covered under the Texas law or not, but certainly if we eviscerate Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey, it would be. And if you'll permit me one more sec, if you go back and you look at Griswold and Roe, one of the things that the justices talk about is any government that could prevent you from making these private decisions could also compel you. So in other words, if we could stop you from having an abortion, we could compel you to have an abortion, or we could compel you to be sterilized. And we know we have a shameful history in our country of sterilization of especially non-white populations and Native Americans and so on. So we got to be real careful before we start just trashing the right to privacy. Thank you, Mr. Reschenthaler.
No, I thank my colleague, and I truly, genuinely, enjoyed going back and forth. I appreciate the candor. So just getting back to questioning, So we were talking about where the American people are on this issue, and I just want to cite an actual poll. So the Associated Press did a poll, and it's timely, June of this year. According to the public polling, 65% of Americans say abortion should be illegal in the second trimester. Additionally, 80% of Americans say that abortion should be illegal when in the third trimester. So I think a lot of the polls that are being cited are polls that are asking in regard to the first trimester. Obviously, the American people draw a big distinction between abortion in the different trimesters. I know we've already talked ad nauseum about viability issues and how it's defined, but Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers, would you like to add anything
Sure.
to the discussion?
Sure. Well, I understand in Roe, the Supreme Court was talking about viability at 28 weeks. When you look at the states and their definition of viability as they are writing at state laws, it differs a lot. It differs from state to state. And, some define it at different weeks, some say 28 weeks, but there's different definitions. One of the things about this bill that I think it feels so extreme is that the definition of viability is just left up to the provider. And that I think is just opens the door for interpretation, personal interpretation, and we all know that a baby is pretty dependent, pretty needy, even upon birth.
Could I respond? I just want to make this point. One of the things that we're seeing in many states now around the country are laws that would prolong when a woman could actually get, or a girl could actually get an abortion, and all kinds of having to get legal permission to do that. And so what we're finding is a pushing further into pregnancy of the availability of abortions. I think that is certainly intentional and hoping to get to the point where it might be illegal, might be in a point of viability. And that's why it is so important, I think, to have this national legislation that would make very clear what is allowable.
Ranking Member, anything in response?
When the U.S. Supreme Court made their decision in Roe v. Wade, they left it up to the states. And I really believe that, even if Roe v. Wade was overturned in some scenario, it would still be up to the states to determine what the law is going to be. And that's where this is the Congress, this is the House of Representatives overriding, establishing a national state law that would mandate, that would overturn state laws for ultrasounds, for parent notification. I mean, we are talking pretty extreme legislation here at the national level to overturn what the states have put into place.
Thank you, Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers. With that, thank you, Chairwoman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I will now recognize Mr. Morale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find this to be sort of an interesting discussion, but I am struck by a couple things. And I appreciate my friend, Mr. Raskin, pointing out that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is in the Declaration. It doesn't say potential life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness, because if it did, then I think we would probably require men to get the approval of the state to get a vasectomy, or perhaps prohibit it altogether, because it's clearly the impeding of a potential life when you get a vasectomy. I don't ever hear anybody talking about that, because that would be an imposition on men and their reproductive rights, and of course no one wants to do that. This is directed at making sure that women's reproductive rights are constrained. And so I see an obvious treating differently based on your gender. And I'm certainly not suggesting that the state or the government in any way get involved in the reproductive rights of men. And I also think, by the same token, should not be involved in the reproductive rights of women. I also just want to point out Um, and I think this came out in the conversation, when you look at Texas, a man could, as I understand it, rape his daughter, commit incest, commit rape, and then collect a $10,000 bounty if he's able to turn that daughter or child in for trying to end a pregnancy which was created through rape and incest. It is one of the most ironic and, frankly, one of the most disturbing things I've ever heard, but it's entirely possible under the Texas law. People may not want to talk about it because it makes people on the panel uncomfortable, it makes others uncomfortable, but this is intended directly to make sure that we have a question about Roe in its most extreme way. And so I find that very troubling. The last thing I'll say is another irony I find here is that my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle oppose the child tax credit, oppose universal pre-K, oppose universal child care. So they're willing to go to the end of the earth to protect potential life, but literally not lift a finger for actual life. So, I can only think that this is the most cynical of approaches and, continue to be frustrated about this. And I frankly don't want the government, whether it's the state of New York, the state of Texas, or the United States government, dictating to my wife, my children, or my grandchildren what they can do with their reproductive rights, what they should do about their bodies, what they should do about their health. And I think it is an enormous intrusion by the government in ways that are intended to be, again, the most cynical of us might suggest that this is directed exclusively at women and their reproductive rights and what they can do, what their body, and what should be a decision between them and their healthcare provider. So with that, I don't have any questions, but I do appreciate very much Ms. Zukowski being here and for her leadership on this, which I know a long history of in this area. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli, and we hope that you are feeling better. You certainly sound well. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, this bill is called the Women's Health Protection Act. I believe Congressman Raskin and Congressman Cole both mentioned that. And the stated purpose of the bill is, from my colleagues in the majority, is to increase access to women's health care and protect women's health. But Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers, that's not really what this bill is about. And I'm just going to mention a few of the provisions of this bill and just kind of curious how they affect, if you have any answer to how they would affect and improve women's health and health care for women. Section 4A1 bans ultrasound requirements when seeking an abortion. Would that have any reasonable effects on women's health?
No.
Section 4A6 bans regulatory requirements for facilities that provide abortion services, such as staffing and equipment standards. Do you think that would have any, maybe even have an adversarial or adverse effect on women's health?
I agree.
And then, this bill also, and I think you mentioned, both you and Congressman Cole mentioned that this removes any conscience clause for healthcare providers who choose not to participate in abortions. And in essence, they would be forced to perform abortions regardless of their personal religious beliefs. Would this provision have any reasonable effect on improving healthcare for women?
No.
I would like to point out that this bill voids all state laws regulating abortion, and I think that's been mentioned a couple of times, whether past laws or future laws. And I would just like to mention that I think we're seeing a pattern from the majority of usurping states' constitutionally granted powers, and I think Ranking Member, you just mentioned that Roe versus Wade left a lot of it up to the states. And now this legislation would be just usurping that power and voiding all of those laws. And I am concerned that this bill will void and prevent in the future legislation that would actually help women. And I think that as we talk about that, maybe some of the things that we should be looking at, what about protecting minors? There's been some discussion about minors, and would the states be allowed to ensure that a young person notifies or obtains any kind of parental guidance before having an abortion?
No.
And would states be allowed to ensure that a minor's parents or guardians is notified of this medical procedure?
No.
Finally, would states be allowed to ensure that a minor's parent or guardian is notified if the abortion is as a result of rape, incest, or the minor suffers from any kind of physical disorder, injury, or illness that would place her in jeopardy?
No.
And so do you, Ranking Member, have any thoughts on, does that provide any help to women for their health care or improve their health at all?
No.
And Ranking Member McRogers, we are towards the end of the fiscal year, and there's yet to be an agreement on the appropriations packet for this coming year. We have serious issue relating to our national debt that needs to be addressed by October. Inflation is at an all-time high. Unemployment is a serious weight on our recovery, on our economic recovery, and we have the Biden administration's disastrous handling of Afghanistan, and we have all of these issues that are demanding our immediate attention, but yet we're taking up, in my opinion, Planned Parenthood's wish list. Does the House taking up this bill give you any confidence as to whether we will be addressing any of the other timely issues that need our attention?
Well, this is a statement of priorities by the majority, and this is on the list. The decision was made to bypass the committee, not even to have a hearing in committee, because for whatever reasons, the bill needed to be on the floor this week. I view this as a sad day. It's a sad day that in the desire to be able to fulfill a political agenda, that this bill is being brought forward in the manner that it is, and bypassing committee and being brought directly to the Rules Committee for floor action. It's not the way to legislate. It's not the will of the American people, and it's really a sad day.
And thank you, Ranking Member. This really is, and I would agree with you, Ranking Member, this is a sad day when we are, first of all, taking this up when there are so many other pressing issues, but in addition to that, we are stripping those states of any of the protective legislation that they've put in place to protect children, to protect women from dirty facilities like we saw a few years ago, any of those things that they've done. And I have real concerns that this is the direction that we are taking, and that this is the kind of, not only are we are forgetting to protect women just for the sake of promoting abortion and making sure that it is available 24/7 for any reason, any way. And in addition to that, this kind of agenda is sad when we're moving this forward. And I just wanted to ask you just finally, if there's anything that you want to add. I know Mr. Morelli had made some comments, and I saw a little bit of a movement to make some comments, but if there's anything that you would like to add.
Yes. I can only imagine the fear of the unknown when someone finds themselves facing an unplanned pregnancy. There's a lot of unknowns. A lot of fear, a lot of, considerations. And the idea that those of us on the Republican side of the aisle don't care or don't support services, I do take objection with that statement, because we must surround these individuals with love and support, and with services and with financial support to help them in that situation. And I can point to a lot of work that I have done, both on the private side, without, not taxpayer dollars, but also supporting programs here in Congress to help single moms, help low-income families. I don't believe that that's a partisan issue. But I have fundamental concerns, and I am opposed to a bill that's going to allow an abortion in this country really based upon sex, race, disability, and without the ability to really take the time for us to maybe have an ultrasound or learn more about that pregnancy before making a decision out of fear. As desperate of a situation as that is, I want to make sure that we are actually surrounding that individual and providing support and not encouraging abortion on demand, which I believe this legislation does.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member, and I do appreciate, and I appreciate the passion that you have in protecting those women and helping them through a crisis pregnancy. And with that, I yield back.
Madam Chair, can I
The
correct something?
gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Kosky.
Thank you. No provider is required to provide an abortion. It's just not true that somehow doctors or providers would be required to perform abortions. That is not in this legislation whatsoever. And let me also say that the bill is intended to ensure that anyone can access abortion services without unnecessary restrictions. And so some of the items that you talked about are just completely unnecessary and, as I said earlier, really stand in the way of a timely and safer abortion. I yield back.
Madam Chair, may I just respond very quickly?
You're recognized.
Madam Chair and Madam Chair, well, Madam Chair. I guess I do see regulating the clinics and making sure they are clean facilities, which is now at the state level, is necessary to protect.
This wouldn't
health.
change building
We
codes.
will, let us
Sorry.
pause.
But I
We
would
cannot
just
do
like
a
to
back
add
and
that.
forth
Sorry.
out of respect, you know.
And thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Can I just respond then to
The
that?
gentlewoman yields back. I'm going to recognize my colleague from California, Mr. Desaunier.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just want to have no questions. Just want to thank you for your comments and courage and honesty, and also associate myself with your comments. With my yield back.
Gentleman yields. I will now recognize Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to Congresswoman Fikowski for bringing this bill forward. I, too, am a proud co-sponsor. The Roe versus Wade decision has been the law of our land for nearly 50 years. And today, the House is stepping forward following the current Supreme Court's failure to uphold decades of American jurisprudence. I want to associate myself with my colleagues' remarks about the importance of this bill, which will protect reproductive freedom for people across the country so that everyone has the same access to reproductive health care. The bill affirms what our Constitution and international human rights bodies long held, that access to reproductive health care is central to health and to equality. Women living in Texas should have the same access to care as women living in California. I also want to highlight this discrepancy between the rhetoric and policies of opponents of reproductive freedom, and Mr. Morelli highlighted some of these things. But I want to highlight it particularly on the subject of Medicaid. These opponents claim to be pro-life, to be working to protect families and babies. But almost always, these are the same people who oppose Medicaid expansion. We see that in Texas, and we see that in my state of North Carolina. In the United States today, babies who don't get prenatal care are five times more likely to die than babies who do get prenatal care. Prenatal care is one of the many critical forms of health care that Medicaid covers. Though sadly, several of the states that want to limit the right to reproductive freedom will not extend these Medicaid benefits. Medicaid also provides postpartum care, coverage to new mothers. And the American Rescue Plan gave states the option to extend that coverage from 60 days to 12 months. Postpartum care protects new moms from a variety of serious conditions that can develop following birth. Again, sadly, many of these same states have not taken advantage of that expansion. If you want to protect babies, it's simply hypocritical to claim to be pro-life, to support the draconian Texas abortion ban, while simultaneously opposing Medicaid expansion. This bill does nothing to force women to have abortions. A woman should have that choice along with her family, her healthcare provider, and her conscience. This bill simply makes sure that all women in this country have the same choice. I look forward to supporting it on the floor. Thank you. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield, or the gentlelady yield?
Thank you, Ms. Ross, for yielding back. I will now recognize you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted a moment to speak to Medicaid in particular. I come from Washington State, one of the states that has expanded Medicaid, probably as far as anyone is able to do it. I think it's noteworthy. Last time I checked, 15,000 individuals with disabilities are on a waiting list for Medicaid in Washington State. So we expanded Medicaid. We went all in, expanded Medicaid to a lot of different people, but the priorities that were set as far as who's going to get the services have left 15,000 people on a waiting list. I just say we can all do better, and we can do better on Medicaid. We can do better on Medicaid. It's a very important safety net for some of our most vulnerable. Yes, moms, children, but also individuals with disabilities. So there's work to be done on Medicaid too. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McMorris Rogers. You know, I waited 4 months for an epidural, but that shouldn't stop us from expanding the ability of people to, at the very least, get in line for health procedures. We are now at the end. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I'd like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. Please leave with our stenographer or submit electronically anything that you would like inserted into the record. You're now excused. Are there any other members present who wish to testify on HR 3755? Okay, seeing none, this closes the hearing on HR 3755. At this time, I'd like to welcome our third panel of witnesses to provide testimony on HR 4350, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2022. Chairman Smith and I believe Ranking Member Rogers is in the hall. We're delighted that you are here. Chairman Smith, give us 1 minute to get Ranking Member Rogers in. Okay, we're going to go on. I now recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to start by thanking the Rules Committee and also your staff. I know a large number of amendments was submitted on this bill, somewhere close to 900. I've I forget the exact number at this point. I know how hard you have worked on pouring through those amendments, and I really appreciate the work, the job that you've done. I certainly want to thank the Armed Services Committee staff as well. They have also sorted through those amendments, and I really appreciate that effort. And just, three things I want to highlight about this process and about the bill in particular. Number one is the bipartisan nature of it. I've worked very closely with Mr. Rogers, and the entire committee has worked very well together, as have our staffs, as we've put together this piece of legislation. Our committee considered also somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 amendments with several hundred variations on those amendments over the course of our markup and in the lead up to it. And I think we produced a very good product in a bipartisan way that also works the legislative process the way that it was intended. And the thing that I hope members will keep foremost in mind about this bill, it is Congress exercising our oversight over the Department of Defense. I think we've all been frustrated, both Democrat and Republican, and regardless of who the executive was, with the fact that power seems to have shifted away from the legislative branch and towards the executive. One of the ways in which we balance that back out is to exercise our authority as authorizers, as members of Congress, to exercise oversight over the executive branch. And in far too many instances, we've lost that ability to do that. The Armed Services Committee continues to be one area where we do. And that is what is contained in this bill, is the opinions of individual members, certainly members on the committee, but there are a large number of amendments that are before you that were offered by members who are not on the committee, who are exercising their oversight as members of Congress. So it's really important that we get this done and that we pass the bill so that we can do our job as members of Congress and exercise oversight of, in this case, the Pentagon. And I know there are some other issues here as well that aren't directly related to the Pentagon that I think are also important for the legislature to weigh in on. The second point is about how important I think this bill and our oversight right now is of the Pentagon. A lot has changed in the world. The pace of technology, the pace of innovation has put an enormous amount of pressure on those men and women who are serving this country and trying to defend it. We need to give them all the support that we can in doing that job. But we've got to update. We've got to adapt to the innovations and changes that have happened. We face an incredibly complex threat environment, and it's easily summed up as Iran, China, Russia, North Korea, and transnational terrorist groups. But it is large and it is evolving. And we have to deal with that threat environment. Now, we may disagree about the precise nature of those conflicts, how we got into them, and what we need to do going forward. We may also, and I agree, that there's more than just the military involved in dealing with those conflicts. We need to work on diplomacy and partnerships. We need to focus on issues like climate change and pandemics that destabilize the globe and make defending it far more difficult. But we also need to make sure we have a robust deterrent. And the nature of warfare has changed. It's changed a great deal in the 30 years since the first Gulf War, where we were able to mass a lot of firepower in one place and succeed. Technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, hypersonics, all of these things improved missile technology has been one big thing that has made our systems vulnerable. We need to build new, better systems that reflect this reality. We need to have an information system that can adequately gather information, get it to the warfighter in real time, and protect it, as we've seen. If adversaries can come in and tear down our information systems through cyber attacks, they can cripple us. This bill really reflects those changes. We've had a couple of task forces the last couple of years, one on the future of defense, one on the supply chain issue, led by Alyssa Slotkin, Seth Moulton, Jim Banks, and Mike Gallagher on our committee that have really focused on this issue. Jim Langevin has done a ton of work on artificial intelligence. All of that is reflected in this bill to try to update our military and make sure we're ready for the challenges that we face right now today. And also, we spent a lot of time focused on acquisition reform so that we can get more out of the money we spend, so that we don't have the cost overruns in the systems that don't work. There is a ton of work in this bill to address all of those issues that I think is going to make sure the taxpayer gets more for the money they spend, and we're going to be better able to deter our adversaries and protect the men and women who serve in the military. And towards that end, the last point I want to make, I think one of the biggest things in this bill this year is the largest reform of the Uniform Code of Military Justice in almost 40 years. And this focuses on addressing the issue of sexual assault. I have mentioned a couple of times how important it is to give the men and women who serve in our armed forces the support that they deserve to protect this country. We have failed in that regard on dealing with sexual assault. This committee and this Congress have tried and put forward a number of ideas. We are now prepared to take the step of reforming the UCMJ to create a special victims prosecutor to give sexual assault and sex crimes the focus they deserve. A lot of members worked on this, but certainly the lead on this has been Congressman Spear. She did a lot of work to pull various different interests together. And we have before you a bipartisan agreement on how to reform UCMJ. That Mr. Rogers and I worked together with Ms. Spear, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Turner, a number of others to get an agreement that I think is going to make a huge change. And it is incredibly important that we get this passed to show that support going forward. So I think a lot of great work was done on that, and I appreciate all the members that were involved in getting that done. With that, I just urge support for this bill. I think it's an incredibly important piece of legislation that we've done a lot of very good work on, and I will yield to Mr. Rogers for his comments, and I thank the Rules Committee for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Chairwoman Torres and Ranking Member Cole and members of the committee for helping us get our NDAA to the floor. And I'd also like to thank your staff. They've been very helpful and cooperative. And I want to thank Chairman Smith for his great work on this committee. There is no better partner to have, and I'm grateful for his leadership. Over the last few months, we've seen the best of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians. They have performed in the toughest environments and done so with the greatest level of skill and professionalism. Many have given their lives so others could have a chance for a better life. Without a doubt, our military is the greatest force for good in the world, providing the authorities and resources for our troops that they need to defend our nation and defeat our adversaries is the greatest responsibility that we have in the Congress. We accomplish that responsibility with this NDAA. We make investments to ensure our warfighters are the best equipped and trained in the world. We put our service members first, providing a 2.7% pay raise and expanding benefits for families. We put our American workers first with historic investments and incentives for our defense industrial base. We include the right investments in emerging technologies such as AI, quantum computing, hypersonics, and autonomous systems, as you just heard Chairman Smith say. Most importantly, we take a hard look at legacy systems that are maintained by Congress, but no longer are needed by our warfighters. Many of these systems will not help us in future threats. This bill begins divesting those systems while investing in the systems that we need that will enable us to stay ahead of our adversaries in the future. China is rapidly growing its military and seeks to become the dominant nation state by 2049. China is already testing international norms while expanding its reach in Africa, the Middle East, and South and Central America. A re-emerging Russia is wreaking havoc across Europe and threatens several key allies. Congress must understand the threats we have from these two near-peer rivals and adjust our defense policy accordingly. We also must continue our efforts to defeat terrorists anywhere they threaten us. I believe this bill strikes the right balance between countering the terrorist threat that still exists while deterring China and Russia. This NDAA represents a truly bipartisan bill reflecting the input of every member of our committee. The totality of this legislation should garner overwhelming bipartisan support. As you all consider these amendments, which amendments that you will make in order, please focus on those amendments that are germane to the bill and that advance the security of our nation and the needs of our service members. I hope that you can help keep out superfluous amendments that are not related to the Defense Department. It's hard enough to pass this bill by itself without other jurisdictions piling on. And thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to your questions and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I now recognize our ranking member, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No mystery to this committee that I sometimes take umbrage at the manner in which bills are passed and their content. That won't be what I'm doing today. I want to congratulate the chairman and ranking member on a job well done, but I want to make a couple of points and questions, first to the ranking member, just to make the bigger point about what a successful exercise I think this was, and how much both of you and the members that you represent are to be commended for the manner in which you went about your work. So, Mr. Rogers, how long did the committee spend considering this bill?
Well, that's a great question. First, I would like to say that we spent 9 months working in a very bipartisan manner to fashion this bill and to avoid big controversies. But having said that, we started at 10 a.m. On a September 1st, and we finished around 2:30 a.m. on the 2nd, which was about 4 hours faster than usual, because we did work ahead of time to try to make it go faster. So about 16 and a half hours.
Well, I will tell you, as a former member of your committee, a very proud alum, because I think you guys have more than continued traditions of that committee. That is record time. 16 hours would sound like a long markup to most people, but that's pretty speedy.
Pretty good.
It does suggest you worked out a lot of stuff ahead of time. Mr. Rogers, did you and other Republican members of the committee have opportunities to work with the majority on specific compromises in the bill as it was being considered?
Yeah, as I said earlier, the chairman runs a very bipartisan shop, and we tried to talk on the phone starting weeks ahead of time about potential landmines that we could resolve, and we did. We worked them out. One perfect example the chairman made a reference to in his opening statement was the sexual assault prosecutions. That was a heavy lift. There were a lot of strong feelings on both sides of the aisle about it, but through his cooperation, we got to a good point, and we got it in a compromise provision in the bill without any
Again,
problem.
we've wrestled with that in defense appropriations. I know what a thorny issue it is, and again, I commend you both on that. How many amendments roughly were offered?
Over 700.
Wow.
In fact, close to 700.
So you really don't feel that sorry for us?
No.
And how many amendments were agreed to and included in the final bill?
All about 650.
Wow. And was any Republican member prohibited from offering an amendment or discussing
Well, I'm
their
sorry.
thoughts?
We went through about 650. We did some en blocs. About 500 were put in the bill.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's still a pretty impressive number. Any Republican members prohibited from offering an amendment or discussing their thoughts or ideas on the bill?
No, every member had their input and had input to the bill.
Again, I just want to say this just sounds like a great way to run a committee in Congress. And I want to, Chairman, thank you for the manner in which you conducted this whole exercise. Again, over many months, as Mr. Rogers pointed out, this isn't just a great markup. It certainly was. But I know the quality of the hearings in this committee. I know the quality of the discussions that took place, and I know there's divergent opinions. And for you to thresh through this many differences and bring us a bill that came out of committee 57-2 is just a remarkable achievement, Chairman. That begins with you, obviously, and obviously you got to have a good working relationship with your ranking member to get something like that done. So again, I just want to thank both of you for that. I do want to end with a quick question, also again to Mr. Rogers. I want to ask you about your amendment that increased the NDA top line by nearly $25 billion. That's a big lift. And could you describe for us why that amendment's important and what those additional funds would go for?
Yeah, this was, again, a very cooperative effort. This is the exact same number with the same language that the Senate Armed Services Committee authorized. And it was to meet the challenges from our adversaries, Russia and China. They both have been leapfrogging us in capabilities, and China has increased their defense spending by over 75% over the last decade, additional 6% this year alone. And unfortunately, the president's proposed budget was a $4 billion cut. But in a bipartisan fashion, we recognized that was insufficient for us to meet the needs and came together with what is effectively a $23.9 billion increase in this bill. And so I'm very proud to support it and urge all members to.
Well, again, I just want to thank you and Chairman Adams. You know, I didn't give you an opportunity to ask questions. I wanted to set up the ranking member here. That's kind of my job. But certainly if you have any comments you want to make, I'd certainly appreciate hearing them. But again, very well done. And I think particularly, we obviously have differences. That's why we have Republican and Democratic parties. But this is an issue that really commands bipartisanship whenever it can be achieved. And I think you and Ranking Member Rogers and your members, I know this can't happen if you don't have great members on the committee from both sides of the aisle working together. I just think it's, a really outstanding example of legislating at its best and arriving at a product that almost certainly will pass the House with overwhelming support on both sides of the aisle, and I think position you both to negotiate a good agreement with your Senate counterparts. Particularly pleased that you guys are at basically the same top line number. I think that will make the decisions that you have to make in conference as you work through whatever differences there are between the two products good. But Chairman, anything you'd care to add?
Well, one of my favorite expressions is "don't sell past the close." Those comments I will take them, and I appreciate them. So thank you for your leadership on this committee, and I appreciate your support for what we're doing.
Well, your wise advice is why you're a chairman, and I'm just a ranking member. So, I just again, I was very pleased, as Mr. Rogers knows. I still follow this closely because of the defense appropriations work that I do, and I brought this up on a conference telephone call recently amongst our members as a way that I thought we could really work together, and just an outstanding example of what both you and the ranking member had done working together. So just thank you, not just as a Republican, not just a member of this institution. I think you guys have the threat assessment and the dangers right out there, and it's really nice to see legislation that literally reflects, honestly, some of the things Secretary Mattis did when he was there and reorienting, our strategic posture to think about great power rivalry in a dangerous era. And I think this was a very important message, and I think our adversaries will see it, and I think it will give them pause if they're thinking of activity that would create a conflict between us and them, something we hope doesn't happen, but we know in the world sometimes does. So again, just very, very, very well done. I look forward to supporting this when it comes to the floor. And I look forward to working with both of you on the amendment process as well. I trust your judgment in that, and echo the ranking members. I hope we can keep, superfluous amendments out. It's good that all the members have a chance to buy in and bring their ideas and amendments. And again, I want to thank both of you for recognizing our staff and how hard they've worked to get through that. I know the chairman's worked awfully hard on that here, and we look forward to what the presentation is. But I think the advice about trying to keep the main thing, and the main thing is having the appropriate defense for our country is good advice from both of you, and I hope our committee works with you and your staff to achieve that kind of debate on the floor. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Well, thank you very much, and I was listening to all those glowing comments. I thought he was talking about the Rules Committee.
I can be pretty kind toward the Rules Committee.
Yeah, absolutely. Before I yield to Mr. Perlmutter, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record statements from Representatives Langevin, Chu, Sanchez, Deget in support of their amendments. I yield to Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to my friends, Mr. Rogers and Mr. Smith. Thank you for guiding this bill as you have, and I agree with the ranking member on many of his points, especially the point about reorienting sort of our defense to different challenges that we have around the globe. And I appreciate the work that your committee has done. And I will be offering at least one or two amendments that I've had a chance to talk to Mr. Smith about. Whether something superfluous is always in the eyes of the beholder, but I intend to offer some amendments, and I have had a chance to discuss these. But I just thank the gentlemen for their work and for doing this in a really professional way. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the Chairman of Armed Services and the ranking member for being here. We always enjoy our time discussing your hard work on the NDAA. Mr. Chairman Smith, I was particularly struck by your comments as you opened, and yeah, you are no doubt aware that those of us who are just rank and file backbenchers in the United States House who don't have an opportunity to serve on your lofty committee, we're getting a lot of questions back home about things that have happened in the last 8 weeks, particularly in regards to Afghanistan. And I can't tell you how often I hear it, and the volume and the velocity with which the comments come toward me about what are we doing to investigate those people in the Department of Defense who were providing advice to the administration about leaving Bagram on July 4th weekend, leaving the #1 Air Force asset in that part of the world, decisions that were made about the removal of our forces from the country, the abandonment of equipment in the country. So when you say that the committee takes seriously its responsibility for oversight, I'd like to get from you some reassurance that all of these problems will not just simply be ignored going forward.
Certainly. A couple things about that. First of all, one of the amendments that we passed in committee and that is part of the bill that is before you was an amendment that creates a bipartisan commission to look at Afghanistan. Now, I think our oversight responsibilities go beyond just the last 8 weeks and really to the whole 20 years. There were a lot of decisions. There were a lot of things that went into creating the situation that President Biden found himself in when he became president. We need to look at all of those, and that the commission that we put in place, I think, comprehensively looks at that. There is still debate about exactly what that commission should look like and how we should do it, which we will have going forward. But this committee is absolutely committed to looking into those issues in great depth. And I think, frankly, I don't agree with a lot of the analysis that's come out. I think some of it has left some pretty clear facts. But I think it'd be helpful to have that conversation. I'll just give you one example, building off of your, the Bagram issue and the issue of pulling our military out when we did. People forget that in the Trump administration, when they negotiated the agreement that they negotiated with the Taliban, and for the moment, I won't pass judgment on that. We can have a robust debate about the wisdom of doing that. But the agreement was that the Taliban would not attack us if we guaranteed them that we would pull out by May 1st of 2021. That was the agreement that was on the table when President Biden came in. Now, I've heard a lot of people say, well, I didn't have to adhere to it, and he didn't, okay? He clearly could have come in and altered it or simply ignored it for that matter. But in the 18 months between President Trump signed that agreement and May 1st, the Taliban was not attacking our troops. After May 1st, that would have changed. And that was the biggest issue for me. Okay, so now our troops are going to be in a war. I've heard people compare this. Well, we stayed in South Korea, so what's the difference? The difference is no one is shooting at us or trying to blow us up in South Korea. That's a rather large difference, and I think most service members would agree with me on that point. We would have had to stay in and fight in Afghanistan, not like the 18 months after President Trump signed that agreement, but more like the years that came before that. How would that fight have gone? 2,500 troops going to be able to support that type of fight? No, no military expert would have said that. In order to protect the troops that we would have planned on leaving, we would have had to bring more troops in to protect them, and we have been right back to where we were over the course of the last 20 years. So I hope when people are looking at this, they don't create a fictional world in order to support the decisions that they think the president should have made. A world where somehow he could have stayed and the violence wouldn't have been there. Everything we know about the last 20 years tells us the exact opposite. We would have had to fight. That was the decision. The decision wasn't, do we stay in a peaceful place just to try to keep things under control, or do we leave? The decision was, do we continue to fight a war with the casualties and costs that come with that, or do we choose another option? So I hope as we have that discussion that people will be honest about the choices that this president faced and all the previous presidents faced. But I will close by simply agreeing with you, Mr. Burgess. All those questions need to be asked. And that is why we are committed in one form or another, probably in more than one, to doing precisely that investigation and oversight that you suggest.
Well, and in addition to the oversight that you've outlined, many of us have been troubled over the past couple of weeks of some comments that have been attributed to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I trust that you will include that aspect in your oversight that you have over the Department of Defense.
I'm sorry, I want to ask, which the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has been quoted extensively over the last few weeks. So to which do you refer specifically?
Specifically, the comments made that are alleged to have been made with a discussion with his Chinese counterpart.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, and I've spoken with the chairman about that, and I've spoken with others, and I will tell you my honest opinion. That is being ridiculously overblown at this point. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on a fairly regular basis looks for ways to talk to our adversaries to hopefully avoid conflict. There was nothing secret about the phone calls that Chairman Milley made. And regardless how one feels about President Trump and the way the whole last 6 months of his administration went down, I don't think anybody can argue that it was a model of peaceful serenity. There was cause for concern across the globe about what was going on here. And Chairman Milley was doing his job to try to make sure that nerves were kept calm and to basically tell China, it's all good, whatever you may see, there's no need to be worried about it. I think that's part of his job. I haven't read the excerpts from the book that describe it, but I do know what actually happened, and what actually happened was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff doing his job.
Well, again, you have the responsibility for oversight, and you carry that responsibility. The rest of us, rank and file members of the House, do not have the abilities that you have, and I would encourage you to be very thorough and judicious in that examination.
I will, thank you.
And, then the other unfortunate thing, and I don't even think we've seen language yet, but here we are, we're doing the authorization, which is appropriate. Thank you for doing your work. We're not going to be doing the appropriation. We'll be following a prior pattern of a continuing resolution. One could even argue that some of the problems that we've encountered in the last 20 years in Afghanistan have been because we've run our business, Congress have run our business on a series of continuing resolutions and not appropriations for that activity. But terribly difficult to run on a continuing resolution, and I know your discussions with our counterparts at the Appropriations Committee have been robust, but it is, I think it is a vulnerability and one that we should seek to end.
And on that point, sir, we are completely in agreement. We need to pass our full appropriations bills as soon as we can. I understand October 1st is coming up. We need to pass the CR, because the only thing worse than a CR is a government shutdown for the Pentagon. But then, as quickly as is possible, we need to pass a full appropriations bill to adequately fund all discretionary spending in the government. I agree with you on that.
So your predecessor, Mr. Thornberry, and I used to have considerable discussions over the issue of an audit that the Pentagon had been required to perform back in 1990, and for whatever reason it got delayed. I now find myself, for reasons I don't completely understand, on the Budget Committee. And during a budget hearing earlier this year, the Department of Defense, we heard the Pentagon would not be able to complete their full audit until 2028. First off, is that accurate? Is 2028 now the target year?
It is accurate, but I think it's worth noting that they are auditing portions of it. It's not like they're auditing nothing until 2028. 2028 is when they're going to get to the full audit. but they are increasingly auditing more and more. And look, it's a very confusing situation, and it's set up by years of mismanagement that we are now working to correct. I was actually out in California, and I met with the company Palantir that puts together software for organizing these sorts of things. And they talked about the process that they had to go through just to organize within the Army, just the Army, that the readiness of all of the troops in the Army, soldiers in the Army, and civilians to on a day in and day out basis, so that a commander could go in and just go to a simple software system and see, who's coming to work today, who's available. And the dozens upon dozens of small little systems. He tells a story about some person who had worked at some shop, and he was in some base in Tennessee for like 40 years, who had developed her own little system for keeping track of this that involved little symbols and little numbers. And they had to pull all of that together, figure it out, put it on one system so that you could go in and audit and look at it. And so progress is being made on that. We need to push to make sure that progress gets made as rapidly as possible, because that'll certainly help with the efficiency of the Pentagon. The more we know about where the money is being spent, the better we can make sure that it's being spent in appropriate places and in an intelligent way. So there's a lot that's in this bill to try to push to get as much of that audit done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I note the inclusion of some of that language in the base bill, and for that reason, I haven't offered a separate amendment this year, but say it as nicely as I can. We're still watching and waiting for that performance, because it is critically important.
Absolutely.
Hertz Rent-A-Car could probably tell you today where each and every one of its assets are located and what their availability is. No reason in the world that the greatest military on the face of the earth couldn't do the same thing.
Mr. Burgess, I will point out to you that nobody's trying to blow up or shoot at anyone at Hertz Rent-A-Car. That does make the job a little bit more complicated. And Hertz Rent-A-Car does not have nuclear weapons and a whole lot of other things. So I take your point, but let's not forget that this is a very complicated task that we're trying to pull together.
Very good. Thank you both for your presence here today and your hard work on this, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. And let me just say on Afghanistan, and this is not necessarily your committee jurisdiction, but one thing that I think would have been helpful over the years is if we had a process in terms of authorization of the use of military force that actually sunsetted, so we would have to debate these things on a regular basis. That didn't happen here. I mean, we passed an authorization, and for all intents and purposes, we went on to other stuff and didn't hold people accountable here in the Congress, all of us, to make sure that we were doing the proper oversight, to make sure that the mission was what we wanted, and to go on record as saying we want to do this or we want to end it. We're working in a bipartisan way right now, trying to look at with Mr. Cole and others and Congressman Lee, and trying to figure out whether we can take a look at this and put some more checks and balances in place, so we don't have these authorizations that are enacted 20 years ago or even longer, some of them, and they just continue to exist. Before Cole and I got here. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I want to but anyway, but I now yield to Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the two gentlemen for their hard work together. Mr. Smith, would you just tell us what this act would do in terms of human rights in countries where human rights are being violated today?
Well, I don't know that our bill specifically addresses that. I will say that there's a lot of different places we address that, and most notably in terms of what we work on is the Leahy Law, which puts in place, very strong requirements for human rights protection for the people that we are involved in working with or training, and really upholding and adhering to the Leahy Law as we do train and equip missions across the world is the biggest thing that we're focused on, and enforcing that. And I think that's a pretty effective piece of legislation that involves what we're doing in terms of our training and equipping of foreign forces across the world.
Okay, good. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on defense, and obviously not all of that money is needed just to defend the homeland, the borders of the United States. So we're involved in defending allies and friends of the country abroad and the values of the country. And I just, I'm one member who feels as if all of the money that we spend should be in service of our highest values as a country, and that means the rights of the people. So thank you for your work, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Eschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Ranking Member Rogers, I know that there was discussion about Afghanistan, but would you like to just go through some of what was not discussed in terms of what this bill does to hold the Biden administration accountable for the disaster that was the withdrawal from Afghanistan?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. We did have extended discussion in the committee about that. Obviously, it's a pretty hot topic right now, and some of the things we did in the amendment, we included over 20 provisions to hold the Biden administration accountable for its disastrous withdrawal. Authorizes $250 million to conduct counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan. Requires the DoD to immediately submit a plan to Congress on how it will support the evacuation of American citizens from Afghanistan, maintain air superiority, conduct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions, and carry out counterterrorism operations. It also requires a series of immediate reports to Congress on the following: the number of Americans left behind in Afghanistan, personally identifying the information and biometrics of Americans now in the hands of the Taliban, itemized list of aircraft, combat vehicles, and U.S. military equipment left behind, threats posed by al-Qaeda and other terrorists operating in Afghanistan, strategic impacts of abandoning Bagram Air Force Base, Taliban relationships with foreign terrorist organizations, security impacts to the Taliban release of terrorist prisoners, and financial assets and other resources available to the Taliban. It prohibits the use of DoD aircraft to transfer frozen currency, reserves, or other assets to the Taliban, prohibits the DoD from providing any financial support to the Taliban, and requires ongoing support to Congress on DoD expenditures in support of Afghan resettlement activities.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And you do think, Ranking Member Rogers, and you do think that is that's a proper and adequate level of which to accomplish some oversight?
Well, yeah, all the things I just listed, we sent over in report language. That's already gone to the department. They've got to respond before this bill is going to go to conference committee or come back from conference committee. So I do think that there's one thing that we had significant debate on, and the chairman and I differed on, but the committee saw fit to establish a commission for oversight. I really felt like the three standing committees should do the oversight, but that wasn't the will of the committee, and I do expect the commission to be bipartisan and do a good job.
Thanks, Ranking Member Rogers. Ranking Member Rogers, I know you also talked briefly about just how just globally speaking, I should say generally speaking, we were talking about the NDA, but just generally speaking, the NDAA helps us combat the near-peer rival of China. Would you like to go into any specifics on that, just not speaking generally, but any specifics?
Yeah, I'm sure y'all have heard that the Defense Department has made a pivot to the Indo-Pacific. Even if we weren't going to fully withdraw our 2,500 troops, and obviously that then results in the resulting coalition forces to leave as well. We already saw a growing threat from China in that region. So this bill provides $6.2 billion for the Pacific Defense Initiative, which the Defense Department had requested, an additional $500 million for Indo-PACOM priorities. We're moving from ground-based wars in the Middle East toward potential conflicts with near-peer adversaries that are rising out of China. This bill makes investments in platforms, and you heard the chairman reference, like ship and sub-building capacity, as well as hypersonic weapons and space assets.
Is there anything that addresses COVID-19 and the origins thereof?
We did. We put, the committees put a strategy together on the CCP's role in COVID-19 pandemic, and it was twofold. First, the NDA provides aggressive oversight by examining all of the research and contracts that the Department of Defense was executing that may have involved the Wuhan Institute for Virology. And second, we are also looking to the Future of Defense Task Force findings that 80% of ingredients used in the manufacturing of drugs and 97% of antibiotics ingredients are sourced from China. The committee is concerned about any reliance on adversarial regimes and insecure supply chains capable of crippling or halting access to critical medicines for our military. And we are looking at domestic sourcing of those ingredients and production of novel antibiotics to ensure that the Department of Defense has the ability to mitigate national security concerns.
And then Ranking Member Rogers, just shifting gears to talk about terrorism, do you feel this bill adequately ensures that, that we have what's needed to fight back against global terrorism?
Yeah, I do. We not only do the things I talked about in Indo-Pacific, and we protect Taiwan and take measures to make sure we enhance our protection of Taiwan, but we made sure that the border was secure, our southwestern border where terrorists have been known to find a path into the country. So the NDA continues to allow the Department of Defense to move assets to the southwest border when necessary, when called on by the President. It also makes a strong statement from Congress that the level of illegal crossings at the southwest border is a national security crisis.
And then just looking at the threat posed by Russia, would you like to talk about anything specific in the bill that would address the threat that is Russia?
Yeah, we can't lose sight of the fact that Russia has positioned over 100,000 troops on the Ukrainian's eastern border. We've known that they've already reached into Ukraine and taken Crimea, and they have an eye toward the Baltics. So to keep, we have put resources in to keep propping up our allies and partners, including the Baltic states. This bill does just that by fully funding the European Deterrence Initiative that was requested by the President. We included over $120 million for the EUCOM combatant commander priorities left unfunded by the President's request, and funded another $300 million for the Ukrainian Security Assistance Initiative and $175 million for the Baltic Security Initiative. The bill includes cybersecurity provisions that counteract what the Russians are doing to undermine democracy in Europe. So Russia is a very active player that we cannot lose sight of as we try to move our focus to China. And this bill takes care of that.
Thanks, Ranking Member Rogers. And then just finally, this is more of a comment than a question, but I know this gives, I believe, 2.7% pay increase across the military, across the board?
2.7, yes.
2.7. Just editorial comment. In the future, is there any way we would consider possibly bumping up that increase for the enlisted men and women, perhaps from E1 to, let's say, E5? Because from my experience, I was an officer in the military. My experience with some of these enlisted personnel are really struggling. I know the chairman and I actually have a bill on food insecurity just for enlisted. I mean, it's shameful that anybody would volunteer to enlist and have a hard time. So has that been, and I don't mean to ambush you with this question,
no, you're not.
But is there any way that maybe next time we can work on that and maybe bifurcate the pay increase and give more for our enlisted men and women?
You are channeling my thoughts exactly. One of the things that's in this amendment, in this bill that I opposed was including women in signing up for the draft. I oppose men signing up for the draft. I think we should have a professional military. Our past experiences has demonstrated that when you pull people into the service that don't want to be there, they're pretty worthless when they get there. We need to make it a professional military in all sense of the term, and that includes compensation. It needs to be compensation that attracts people to that career path. And right now, the levels of enrollment into the military that you just described are grossly underfunded. And I've already talked to my staff about making this a priority for the next markup, that we adjust those.
Well, thanks, Ranking Member. I appreciate it. And thanks to the chairman for indulging me in the extra amount of time. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, can I make just one comment before you move on to the next one? On the oversight issue, Mr. Rogers and I have talked a little bit about this, but I want to make everyone clear. Our committee is going to look into Afghanistan on its own. I don't know what's going to happen with the commission that was included in our bill, but I'm in conversations now with members about setting up a task force on our committee for our committee to specifically look at the DOD role over the course of the last 20 years. So I just want to make it clear that I'm with Mr. Rogers on the idea that the committees of jurisdiction need to look at this as well.
Thank you. And I just want to associate myself with Mr. Rushenthaler's comments about the pay for our enlisted servicemen and women. I mean, we have people who come forward to volunteer to put their lives on the line for this country who are food insecure or hungry. And near almost every military base in this country is a food bank or a food pantry. And because their housing allowance counts against their total income, they're ineligible for any of the nutrition benefits. But yet, and it's a tough issue because people don't want to go forward, come to their commanding officer and say, I'm hungry, or my family is. And so we have to figure this out. But I want to thank Mr. Rushenthaler, leadership on that as well. I now yield to Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, and thank you, Chairman Smith, for you and your committee's continued support of the CH-47F Block 2 program. This program is critical to the Army's long-term modernization needs, and I hope that as the NDAA goes to conference, we can move forward with that program funding. There are nearly 4,500 men and women who build these incredible aircraft in my district, and they are immensely proud that their hard work directly supports our national security around the world, and the FY22 NDAA is an investment in these amazing workers. By the way, the plant where they work is celebrating its 60th anniversary tomorrow, so we're very, very proud of that operation. The NDAA also includes funding for 3 additional V-22 Ospreys and the 5th National Security Multi-Mission Vessel, which is being built at the Philadelphia shipyard. So we are extremely grateful for the good jobs and the support for our national security, which is occurring right in PA5 in southeastern Pennsylvania. So overall, this year's NDAA makes some important advancements, especially on military sexual assault. And as the sister of a female service member, that's an important thing in our family, as well as to so many of our veterans. So I'm happy that HASC was able to make these changes to the way sexual assault crimes are handled so our service members can seek justice without the pressures that can keep these crimes in the shadows. And I think a lot more can and should be done to address sexual assault in the armed forces, but this bill is a good start. And I know this is an issue your committee is going to continue to examine. So I look forward to supporting this bill on the floor. Was there anything additional you wanted to speak to, Chairman Smith, about measures that this bill is going to address concerning some of the national security challenges that may have arisen under the last administration, but that we continue to work on today?
Well, actually, I think the last Q&A with Mr. Rogers did a pretty good job of sort of walking over the waterfront there of, transnational terrorist threats, Russia, China, what we're trying to do in that area. And I think, my opening comments and the main focus is, I think the threat environment is fairly well understood, but the way we need to modernize our force is not as well understood, and how the fundamental nature of warfare has changed, and information is what has changed it. Information and survivability, the ability of missiles to shoot down large platforms, whether in the air, on the ground, or at sea, has changed the equation for the type of systems we need to build and envision being able to survive. I mean, the best illustration of that is the whole swarm of drones phenomena, which we've seen playing out in Syria, in the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, Eastern Ukraine as well, where you can't see them, but they pack a big punch because it's a small swarm of drones that are coming at you. So what are the technologies that are going to enable us to defend against that? There's actually some microwave technology that we're working on, but also how can we make sure that we have that capability? If you have a situation where a super stealth fighter can't get into a battlefield because of the anti-aircraft missiles that are there, but drones can, you better have that capability. And then the second piece of it is the information systems. And the easiest way for me to explain that is information has always been important, but it's become more so because there's a heck of a lot more of it available. So how do you make sure that you have access to that information? That we're actually reasonably good at. But then the next question is, how do you find what you really need in this massive information? Where's the image or the picture or the fact that you need to pick out? That's where machine learning and AI comes in. We've got to develop that technology. Then how do you get what you found to the person who needs it most? It's great if some analyst, back in the Pentagon sees it, but the warfighter who's up front, who needs that information, how do you get it to them quickly? And then how do you protect it? If the enemy can go in and disrupt that flow of information, then you're shut down. If we don't have an adequate command and control system with our satellites, if we're in a position where we can't protect our satellites and you can shoot down one satellite and cripple our entire operation, we're vulnerable. So you've got to protect those systems. And then lastly, just like on the swarm of drones thing, sometimes the best defense is a good offense. If we can make the information systems of our adversaries vulnerable, that can better protect ours. But all of that is a heck of a lot different than it used to be. We've got to innovate. We have a lot of provisions in this bill that are encouraging innovative companies to do business with the Pentagon. That's the other problem, is it's so difficult to navigate doing business with the Pentagon that you can, and I'm sure every one of us has a company in our district with a great idea. How do they get that in front of the Pentagon so they can access it? We've got a whole bunch of provisions to try. So it's really about innovation. It's about, making sure that we take advantage of the new technologies and the new innovations that are out there in a better way than our adversaries do. And that's really reflected in our priorities here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Certainly the information wars have been, with good reason, increasing attention and increasing threat level in recent years. So thank you for that. And I will yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to first just associate myself with the ranking member and Congressman Reschenthaler's comments. And I will say I am pleasantly surprised when a bill comes forward that there is agreement on, and that there has been real true discussion and real bipartisan work on, and you can tell in the bill that comes before us that has happened. And I don't have any particular questions. A lot of them have been asked, but I do just want to ask Ranking Member Rogers if he has anything that he wants to add regarding the bill that maybe we've missed that we didn't highlight.
No, I think it's a good bill. I can't overstate that this is very bipartisan. It was not nonpartisan. We had some real vigorous debates on a few items. But overwhelmingly, the committee's focus has been on the threats, and it was not a partisan endeavor. And this is a really good product that I'm optimistic that we can pass on the floor as long as we keep superfluous items off of it that make it contentious, because it's not contentious right now. I yield back.
And Mr. Chair, maybe someone should get a thesaurus out and look up some kind of alternative to superfluous, since nobody can pronounce it. So, but with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
No, and the challenge for this committee is to create a rule that can pass. So sometimes superfluous things we have to deal with them. But
Mr. Chairman, if I may, on that point, first of all, whether it's superfluous or another word that's easier to pronounce, it's often in the eye of the beholder. And one of the traditions of this bill, since it passes every year, 61 straight years, I believe, 60 or 61, I forget, is, we do try to carry items from other committees on it from time to time. And that, by the way, is also a bipartisan tradition, which always, leads me into an extended conversation of the lesser prairie chicken. For those of you who haven't been around that long, you won't know what I'm referencing, but we do that. We have those conversations, and I, at any rate, other chairmen and rankings have had different opinions, but I'm happy to help, carry the water, as it were. But the way we do that is we work in close cooperation with the committees of jurisdiction. Now, there's a cumbersome legislative process, and I know there are some issues that are important to the committees of jurisdiction that they can't get through regular channels for a variety of different ways. So they hitch a ride. And that's okay, but the committees of jurisdiction also have to work in a bipartisan fashion. And I will make this commitment. Whatever superfluous items the Rules Committee decides to put in order and that get attached to this bill, we go to conference. And in conference, we work in a bipartisan fashion. We're not going to pull one over on anybody here. We're going to have to work with the committees of jurisdiction, not just the chairs, but the ranking members as well, to come to some agreement on those before we go forward. So if you see an item that you consider to be superfluous being added to the bill, don't freak out. Don't forget all the really, really good stuff that we've all talked about that is in the bill, and understand that we have a bipartisan, fair process for dealing with that as well. And we can get to a good result. In the past, we have passed the Intel authorization attached to this. We passed a major upgrade for how the SBA handled their SBRR programs. I could be getting my initials mixed up there. We've added a lot of very good things to this bill but we do that similarly in a way that I think respects the process. So I hope people will understand that and understand what the Rules Committee is doing, because this is a bill not just passed by the Armed Services Committee. This is a bill passed by the entire House and the entire Senate. So their needs, wants, and interests also need to be considered.
Well, we're going to work very hard at making only good superfluous amendments in order, so just so we all rest assured.
I know
here.
you will.
Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, as a proud member of the House Armed Services Committee, I want to congratulate the chair and the ranking member. I don't know that I have much to offer, but I appreciate very much my first year of participating in this. And to Chairman Smith, I have two great chairs, Mr. McGovern and Mr. Smith, that I have the privilege of working with. And I thought throughout this process, the chairman was thoughtful, incredibly rational, obviously very knowledgeable. You see from comments he's offered, we did approach this in a bipartisan fashion, and I thought the finished product was very balanced and truly prioritized what our needs are as a nation and its defense. I also want to offer my gratitude for his comments on innovation, which I think are so vitally important to our work, and frankly, benefit not only our national security, but our economic security. So I want to thank him for that as well. I also want to offer thanks, and I have enormous respect for the ranking member and his work throughout this process in a collaborative manner. I do want to push back a little bit as the son of someone who was drafted for the Korean War and served with distinction. I'm sure that the ranking member didn't mean to denigrate the enormous contributions of members of our military who have been drafted over the many years, and I certainly appreciate his interest in having an all volunteer army, but I'm sure he didn't mean that. But again, just want to thank him. And I also want to thank the staff on both sides. I mean, this is really a daunting process, and it has taken many months, and appreciate the subcommittee chairs. I get to serve on cybersecurity with Mr. Langevin and serve on strategic forces with Mr. Cooper. And again, they and the ranking members, I think, did an amazing job. But the staff has worked long and hard on this as well. So again, my thanks. I really do appreciate the fact that some of the things that I cared deeply about in my community were in the chairman's mark, and I just want to congratulate both of them on a really, really, really solid bill. So with that, I will yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Desaulniers.
I have nothing to add, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to both Chairman Smith and the ranking member for a very nice bipartisan presentation. And I want to start by recognizing the contributions of North Carolinians and all service members who served in Afghanistan over the last 20 years. And say that your sacrifices will not be forgotten. And it's in honor of those folks, and particularly from North Carolina, a military state, that I'm proud to support this bill. The fiscal year 2022 NDAA invests in our service members and their families and ensures that the United States is ready to confront future threats to our nation. As you've heard, it provides our men and women in uniform with a 2.7% pay increase, makes critical changes to how the military addresses sexual assault, and expands TRICARE coverage, including removing the cost sharing for contraceptive coverage. I'm also grateful that 3 of my non-superfluous amendments were made in order. 2 of these amendments aim to support military women and families by requiring reports on access to menstrual products and accommodations, and potential TRICARE coverage of preconception and prenatal genetic carrier screening tests. Along with others, we have an amendment that expands the definition of PFAS to better align with current science. This is a change that will help keep our service members and all Americans safe from toxic chemicals. And in addition to supporting our military personnel, the legislation supports American innovation through a 32% increase in defense-wide research, development, testing, and evaluation, and ensures that our HBCUs and other minority institutions are more able to contribute to DoD research and development. Finally, the bill continues our commitment to supporting our Afghan allies by authorizing $500 million to the Department of Defense to support relocation of at-risk Afghanis. Following our withdrawal from Afghanistan, we have a duty to support men and women, both Americans and Afghans, who contributed to our nation's defense during the conflict. This fiscal year, 2022, NDAA provides our service members and allies so that they can continue to keep our country strong and free. And before I yield back, I just have one question for Mr. Smith, for Chairman Smith. I'd just like you to tell us a little bit about the measures in the NDAA that expand our cybersecurity approaches and how the military can help with cybersecurity since we've seen so many threats recently.
Yeah, well, most of that comes out of a task force that Eric Schmidt and Bob Work headed up on a focus on AI specifically, but it expanded over to how do we attract the type of workforce that can best protect us? Because really, that's one of the biggest issues. You're not going to come up with a piece of legislation that's going to solve the cybersecurity problem. You need really talented people. As they like to say in the military, you need to bring talent to the problem. And there are a number of impediments to hiring the people with the skill set that you would need to address cyber issues. And Mr. Langevin's subcommittee that focuses on AI specifically and intelligence issues had took that report, and it is not all, but most all in our bill to adapt the changes in our approach to personnel. And also, let me just say, some of the most important stuff is on that innovation stuff that Mr. Rogers and I have talked about earlier. Being able to access, the best new innovative technologies quickly. I would say the biggest thing in all of that has to do with the purchase of software. That's something that we have not been good at. I mean, every time I try to track down one of these programs that's been struggling, whether we're talking about the tanker or the F-35 or the Ford class carrier, they always, it's just a software problem. And it's frequently the case. But those software problems can be really nasty. And so we've really fundamentally changed the way we're going to go out there and acquire software, bring it in more quickly, because if you got to go through a 2-year procurement process on a software product, you're out of date by the time you buy it. So those are the reforms that are really focused that I think will put us in a better position to deal with the incredibly real cyber threats that we face. And we've seen them, disrupting, the energy supply, disrupting potentially our meat supply. Well, those same sort of cyber attacks could disrupt our ability to communicate with our satellites, disrupt our ability to communicate with our service members, our weapon systems. So protecting those systems is enormously important. And I would say this is the bill of the 25 years I've been doing this. This is the bill that most aggressively addresses all of those issues. And it's in large part because of the talent and leadership that we have on the committee. A lot of members with background and experience and who have worked on it, Mr. Langevin being the lead, have really made a huge difference on that.
Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers, I want to thank you for being before this committee. To be honest with you, from my vantage point, I think we spend too much on our military budget, but I'm clearly in the minority after listening to everybody here speak today. Did we not recognize you?
You did. I just, Ms. Ross's questions raised.
Questions. Before I'm going to yield to Mr. Perlmutter.
Just quickly, and Mr. Rogers and Mr. Smith and I have talked about this before, but I think as we continue to move our sort of civilian focus to the moon and then to Mars, I think ultimately, especially with the competition that we see developing with China, that I don't want to mix the military and the civilian, but I think from a budgetary standpoint, we may have to do that, and I would just ask that your committee really start looking at those serious questions. And I know you are, but it's coming fast, and with that, I yield back.
Let me just quickly comment on that. I think investments in space are enormously important. And most of the work I do is on the Armed Services Committee, being able to launch our military assets, in connection with that, our intelligence assets. But that crosses over into what we're doing on the civilian side in terms of encouraging the innovation and the competition in space that we need on launch and every single aspect to it. So definitely interested in those issues, and I feel they're very important. Also, on Mr. McGovern's comment, I want to make it clear, I supported the Biden budget level, and I continue to support that. I know you have an amendment before you that would take us back to the Biden budget level. That's what I support. I lost the vote in committee. There are other members who feel differently. And I think that's sort of reflective of this bill. This bill will not be perfect for anyone. We all have things we disagree with, but overall, I think it's a quality product. But I do agree that I think that the Pentagon can get by on less money than is reflected here. And I think the Biden budget was right. But, I do believe in democracy. We had a vote and I lost, and I support the bill for all the reasons that we've heard about today. We'll also have that debate on the floor as well. And I look forward to it. I think it's a debate we need to have.
Thank you. And I just wanted to also say that, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers, that I do support the way that you've conducted yourself in your proceedings on your committee. And I appreciate the collegiality that you bring to this process and to the respect for the very differing points of views within our Congress. And I think you're both a credit to this institution. And so I want to thank you for being here, and you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I now welcome our next panel to testify on amendments. Ms. Lee of California, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Mr. Comer of Kentucky, Mr. Johnson of Georgia, Ms. Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Mr. Sherman of California, Ms. Carmack of Florida. And we will now yield to Ms. Lee for her testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, and all of our committee members for permitting me to testify in support of the amendment led by myself, Representative Pocan, and Ocasio-Cortez. The amendment cuts from this year's defense authorization bill egregious Pentagon budget increases that were added during the committee markup, which the chairman just mentioned. Our amendment will cut no less than $25.5 billion from the bill, trimming back the total level of the fiscal 22 NDAA to no more than the amount requested by President Biden. And today I'm reminded, and I just want to thank the chairman and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee of my former late boss, Ron Dellums, who chaired the Armed Services Committee. And the respect that he had from both sides of the aisle is truly still manifested, I think, with the chair and ranking member. So I just wanted to say that today because I'm thinking of Ron, who taught me so much about the Pentagon budget. The president's fiscal 2020 request, it's the largest in American history. For years now, the United States has been peerless in its military spending, exceeding the total spending of the next 11 countries combined. And yet Congress insists on piling more money into the Pentagon than our military leaders really asked for, despite DOD routinely returning unspent balances to the Treasury. Enough is enough. Americans are demanding that Congress rebalance our priorities and invest in the biggest challenges America faces. We faced imminent threats from the COVID pandemic, climate change, growing economic inequality, and systemic racial and ethnic inequities. Also, domestic terrorism. It is time to shift our spending priorities to meet these priorities. I personally support much larger cuts to the Pentagon budget. Representative Pocan and I are also working on an amendment to cut the budget by 10%, and I hope that this amendment is also made in order. But we need to draw the line somewhere. Now, we know that there are billions in waste, fraud, and abuse as it relates to specifically the most current situation as it relates to Afghanistan. We know that trillions, mind you, trillions of taxpayer dollars were literally stolen. Yet we keep putting more taxpayer dollars into defense spending. So this amendment really is a good place to start, to send the message that Congress won't endorse constant inflation of the Pentagon budget. I urge you to allow this amendment to a vote in the full House as we consider the fiscal 2020 NDAA on the floor. It has broad-based support. I would also like to mention another amendment that I have submitted for your consideration to insist that the Pentagon and all of its subordinate departments and agencies pass a clean audit. It's really shameful that the Pentagon has not been able to do that. This is an issue, and we still keep funding it to the levels that are unacceptable. This is an issue that I've led on for many years together with my friend, Dr. Burgess. We find it outrageous that the Pentagon stands alone as the only federal cabinet department that has never passed a clean audit, despite a statutory requirement that all federal agencies do so. Thanks to our efforts and with the support of Chairman Smith, the law now requires the Pentagon to pass an audit. However, the law still lacks an effective mechanism for enforcement. So my audit amendment would impose escalating budgetary penalties on the Pentagon if it fails to pass a clean audit. We owe it to the taxpayer to ensure that the Pentagon balances its books. So thank you again for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jackson Lee.
You hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
you can hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Chairman and the ranking member, thank you for your courtesies. First of all, let me support and associate myself with the Lee amendment dealing with the Biden number for the NDAA. Thank the chairman and ranking member of the NDA Armed Services Committee, and particularly the elements of this particular legislation that improves the quality of life for our military personnel and their families. Ask the questions about Afghanistan and the departure, and as well strengthens the response to sexual assault issues in the military. As it relates to my amendments, I would ask consideration of amendments 456, 59, and 463, which I think are self-explanatory but very important to the health and safety of our military personnel. Triple-negative breast cancer impacts Hispanic and African-American women. In particular, that would mean our soldiers, and has not had a high level of research. This is a very important request of $10 million. PTSD that I've asked for increase over the years because of the numbers of those now continuing to suffer from PTSD, even seeming, I don't need to magnify, but to continue in years after their service in Iraq and Afghanistan in particular, and ask the support of this committee. 463 is one that I've lived through of a young cadet denied a command, even though they know that he had a stuttering problem, asking for our cadets to be screened and for them to be determined, cadets and midshipmen and others, to be determined what their command will be at the end based upon their challenge, their physical challenge, or that they have been admitted with. This individual or these individuals are admitted because they are competent in many other ways and would fit into any other command. But this would ask that the candidates granted admission to attend a military academy undergo screening for speech disorders and be provided the results of the screening and a list of warfare unrestricted officer positions and occupations, specialties that require successful performance on the speech test. I really ask my colleague Rules Committee to make that in order. Other amendments are self-explanatory. The assessment of the threat to national security of the Proud Boys and Boogaloo Boys, as we have seen in the January 6th insurrection. Then we are now facing the crisis in COVID surge, and what has not been occurring is the testing alongside of the vaccination. I ask that our National Guard and others still continue to be able to be utilized, particularly in states like Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, where these cases are still surging. The other amendments that follow that deal with reports of maternal mortality rates, also dealing with space debris and the issue of avoiding the recruiting of our students to be trained to recognize, resist, and report against recruitment efforts by agents of foreign governments, which has been documented occurs when our students and others are studying abroad. My following amendment deals with the utilization of the pros of the armed forces who happen to be African American to ensure that their names be considered for conventions, for military installations, infrastructure, vessels, and weapons systems to increase the numbers of individuals who are of African American heritage to be named on different installations going forward. The last two amendments, I believe, in this climate are extremely important. Amendment 850 in the midst of the crisis of the Texas abortion law. And of course, I do support the previous legislation that was before the Rules Committee, with HR 3755. But I've asked my amendment, which provides that no state law that limits access to reproductive health care shall apply with respect to the provision or receipt of reproductive health care services at a military medical treatment facility located in the state. We have extensive facilities in Texas, and I would want to make sure this amendment would leave no doubt that there would be no stalking, no bounty, or anything on our service members and their family members who could receive services through the federal government by way of the state law. And I appreciate serious consideration of that amendment. And then finally, I would appreciate, with the recognition that Black men and women have played an integral role in the defense of and bravery of this nation since Crispus Attucks, an escaped slave during the Boston Massacre, to put themselves forward to serve as pilots, nurses, Marines, and West Point graduates, even under George Washington in the harsh winter of 1778. The Rhode Island Assembly passed a law allowing every able-bodied Negro, mulatto, or Indian man slave to serve. I think it is important, having not only received the integrated military in the last century, in the late half of the last century, that there be a task force to determine the impact of discrimination in the United States military, starting from the Revolutionary War. That is amendment number 471. I ask my colleagues to support these amendments and their inclusion, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Comer, you can testify.
No, I'm good. So I can go ahead and present my amendment. I like how quick and efficient you are here. Hopefully we'll have a good outcome to this, you know.
We're trying to be more user-friendly.
Well, thank you, Chairman McGovern. The Office of the Special Inspector General on Afghanistan Reconstruction has been one of the few candid voices on Afghanistan post 9/11. Known as SIGAR, that office has provided independent and objective oversight of the $145 billion provided by U.S. taxpayers to Afghanistan reconstruction for over a decade. The Special Inspector General has been particularly effective on my committee's fundamental concern how U.S. taxpayer dollars are spent and resources used. Unfortunately, SIGAR consistently found rampant corruption, waste, and fraud. In the unclassified version of its last quarterly report to Congress issued on July 30th, 2021, SIGAR provided a bleak and honest assessment, warning the Afghan government was facing an existential crisis in the wake of imminent U.S. withdrawal. Unfortunately, this warning came to fruition after the Biden administration's disastrous withdrawal and the Taliban's violent takeover. And while I supported a withdrawal, I certainly never dreamed the Biden administration would get it so wrong, stranding citizens and those with valid claims to come to America. The American people spent over $145 billion on Afghanistan reconstruction efforts, in addition to $837 billion directly on warfighting. Those monetary amounts pale in comparison to the almost 2,500 American service members who lost their lives in Afghanistan and over 20,000 military personnel who were wounded in action, not to mention approximately 66,000 Afghan national military and police officers who lost their lives as well. It's imperative that we understand the disposition of U.S. taxpayer funds and military equipment in Afghanistan. The Biden administration has no clue and worse, appears not to care. In the wake of the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, the administration has been unable to account for the whereabouts of equipment, funds, and even more troublesome, stranded American citizens and green card holders. Even without knowing the full extent to which military equipment fell into the hands of Taliban, we do know they now control M4 and M16 rifles and other advanced U.S. firearms, thousands of armored vehicles, communication equipment, night vision goggles, and even U.S. military aircraft and drones. It's also been reported that Afghan government officials looted U.S. taxpayer funds from the country when they fled. Even President Ghani has been implicated in spiriting millions of dollars in cash out of the country. He denies those reports and invites an investigation. Well, my amendment would give him one. The American people deserve an accurate assessment of the disposition of U.S. funds and property left in Afghanistan. And SIGAR is the entity within the federal government best suited for the job. My amendment would direct SIGAR to investigate the withdrawal of U.S. and allied forces from Afghanistan with an emphasis on understanding what military equipment was left behind in Afghanistan, whether the Taliban have control of that equipment, and whether it's being moved or sold to third parties. SIGAR would also be directed to investigate the disposition of U.S. taxpayer funds provided to Afghanistan and whether any Afghan government officials looted those funds or other U.S. provided property when they fled the country. The amendment directs SIGAR to submit progress reports on this withdrawal investigation to appropriate congressional committees, specifically the Committees on Appropriations, Armed Services, and Foreign Affairs, through its regular quarterly reports already required by law, and also to issue a final report at the conclusion of its investigation. This amendment should have garnered widespread bipartisan support. It's simple, straightforward, and necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify in front of your committee today. I want to thank all of the committee members for their hard work. These days, there is not much that Democrats and Republicans see eye to eye on, but there is one thing upon which I think we can all agree, and that is that community confidence in law enforcement is probably at an all-time low right now. A huge factor in the loss of confidence in law enforcement has been the militarization of police departments across the land. The creeping militarization of police departments has been exacerbated by the 1033 program that sets up a pipeline to transfer surplus military equipment from war zones to domestic law enforcement agencies. Law enforcement agencies, without consent of the civilian authorities, have been able to obtain surplus military-grade weaponry directly from the Department of Defense under the 1033 program. It is civilian authorities who should decide whether such equipment is needed, not the law enforcement agencies themselves. The approval of city councils, county commissions, and other civilian authorities is bypassed under the 1033 program. Police agencies have often acquired this military-grade weaponry when they have not needed it, nor have they been trained as to how and when to use the equipment. But a requirement under the 1033 program that any acquired equipment be placed into use within 12 months of acquisition has resulted in the misuse of the equipment and the abuse of the civilian population against whom it has been used. The result has been communities alienated and a loss of confidence in law enforcement. For years, momentum has been building towards reform of the 1033 program. Over the last several decades, the 1033 program has transferred more than $7.4 billion in surplus military equipment to over 8,000 federal, tribal, state, and local law enforcement agencies across the nation. In 2014, when I first introduced the Stop Militarizing Law Enforcement Act, bipartisan legislation to reform the 1033 program, it was characterized as, quote, too progressive or too liberal. But I pressed forward. In fact, I've continued to offer this language each and every Congress because reform of the 1033 program is vital. I especially want to thank my colleague from California, Mr. McClintock, for co-sponsoring this amendment and joining me in this bipartisan effort. Representative McClintock recognizes the danger of law enforcement agencies avoiding civilian oversight and acquiring military-grade weaponry without support of the citizenry. We must seize this opportunity to enact much-needed reform. My bipartisan amendment is the kind of change our country needs and supports. Public polling indicates that a majority of Americans favor reform, and over 90 non-governmental organizations across the political spectrum supported this amendment when it was offered in the House Armed Services Committee earlier this month. This text has passed the House twice in the last year alone, and this common sense amendment goes only after items that endanger and divide communities while allowing the transfer of non-lethal supplies and equipment, such as tents, computers, and desks, to continue. American communities are not and should not be turned into battlefields, and people in our communities should not be looked at as enemy combatants. And yet, decades of militarization of our nation's law enforcement have transformed many police departments from a community-based regulatory arm to an occupying army that undermines the nature and character of our state and local governments. The lines between the law enforcement ethos, which is to protect and serve, and the military mindset of kill, destroy, and occupy has been blurred. Last year, we witnessed a response by law enforcement to civil rights demonstrations. We saw images of local police and military vehicles with military-grade weaponry trained on our citizens who were simply exercising their constitutional right to peacefully protest. Time and time again, we've seen irrefutable proof that this program must be reformed. Our current system goes against everything we stand for as Americans, and the time for reform is now. It's time to heal our communities and restore trust and confidence in law enforcement. The ending of the war in Afghanistan makes it even more important than ever that we close down this pipeline of military-grade weapons from foreign war zones to the streets of our nation. Over 17,000 pieces of military equipment have been declared excess or surplus and sent to the Defense Logistics Agency for distribution onto our streets. The time to act is now. I was disappointed when my 1033 amendment was not made in order last year, but enough is enough. This should not be a difficult vote. With American lives at stake, we must not delay. Mr. Chair, this is a bipartisan amendment that should be made in order, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I need to leave for another appointment, so
Does
I want to
anyone
thank the members.
object if Ms. Lee leaves? No, you may
Okay,
leave.
Thank you very much.
All
Thank
right.
you, members.
All right, thank you. Ms. Plaskett.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sheila Jackson Lee.
Sheila, Ms. Jackson Lee?
Yes, I'm in the same
Okay.
predicament, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody object if Ms. Jackson Lee leave? No, you can go.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman
Thank
and
you very much.
Ranking Member. Just as a point of personal privilege, it's really good to see Mr. Desaulnier here, my classmate on the Rules Committee, and just, you look fantastic, and just want to let you know that I'm really excited and grateful that you have. Perlmutter, don't hate, don't hate, don't hate. There's love for you as well, okay? Okay? I wanted to present my views to you on an amendment that I have to the National Defense Authorization Bill. Before going into this, I just want to explain that many of the territories, Guam, Northern Marianas, and the U.S. Virgin Islands sit outside of the customs zone. So if you were to visit the U.S. Virgin Islands or Guam or Northern Marianas, when you are leaving the islands, as some of you may have visited, you must go through customs. You cannot just get on a plane as you do in other places in the United States, but you have to go through a customs officer. With that, I am asking for an expedited visa program in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the same that is currently available in those other territories outside of the U.S. Customs Zone. This would assist the Virgin Islands in allowing visitors. Specifically, the Virgin Islands is seeking authority to expend a special non-immigrant visitor visa waiver program that is available to Guam and Northern Mariana Islands in the Pacific to our neighbors within the Caribbean. Adding the Virgin Islands to this already existing non-immigrant visitor visa waiver program would allow the Department of Homeland Security to consider approving visa-less entry solely into the Virgin Islands for up to 45 days, primarily for residents in neighboring Caribbean countries. This waiver would better enable the Virgin Islands to compete economically as well as socially with other islands and nations in the Caribbean community. Now, in 2012, by executive order, President Obama issued the executive order entitled Establishing Visa and Foreign Visitor Processing Goals and Task Force on Travel and Competitiveness, which directed the Secretaries of Commerce and the Interior to co-lead an interagency task force to increase efforts to expand the National Visa Waiver Program. Pursuant to this provision, the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security have promulgated regulations establishing a nationwide visa waiver program, allowing nationals of certain countries to travel to the United States for stays up to 90 days. Now, what we are requesting in our amendment would apply solely to the Virgin Islands because we are outside of the customs zone, like other current territories in the Pacific, which currently allow a 45-day non-immigrant visa waiver program. Allowing individuals from other Caribbean islands to come into the Virgin Islands under an expedited visa process would really increase our tourism, as well as greater opportunities to host international events and support for our small businesses and medical facility. For example, our young people cannot invite other sports teams to come to the Virgin Islands from closer neighboring. It's easier and not as far for an individual to come from a neighboring island, such as the British Virgin Islands, Antigua, some of the others, which are relatively closer to us than, say, a Miami or a Florida or some other countries, some other states that are even in the South. This would allow our young people to have other islands compete with us on a regular basis. Additionally, when we host our numerous yacht shows, regattas, we're unable to recoup the same amount of funds that a British Virgin Islands does because we do not have an expedited visa process. Even more so with our medical facilities. This program would enable treatment at our cancer center as well as our cardiac center and easier access to our 2 acute care hospitals in the Virgin Islands for people from the Eastern Caribbean residents who more often than not have family that live in our islands and would much rather be on a Caribbean island that is closer to them than going to London or Canada, other places where they have to go. These are full pay individuals who would also support the revenue basis at our hospitals in the Virgin Islands because of the facilities that we have there. Presently, because of the longer process, it's more difficult for them to come. My office has been working with the Judiciary Committee as well as the Committee on Homeland Security, the Department of Homeland Security's General Counsel Office on the provisions of this bill, this amendment, and we ask that you approve the amendment 760, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to go to Ms. Carmack.
Hello, can y'all hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you all today. I'm speaking with you regarding my amendment number 460 to HR 4350 that would allow the Department of Veterans Affairs to utilize digitized versions of files, records, reports, and other papers or documents to be treated the same as originals. My amendment would require the VA to finally close the gap on any outstanding records that remain undigitized. Veterans have made enormous sacrifices for our country and deserve timely, effective access to care without lengthy adjudication of claims or benefits. Since the establishment of the Veterans Benefit Management System, the Veterans Benefits Administration has moved the process over 99% of compensation claims electronically. Yet, despite the encouraging progress, veterans still struggle with timely access to their medical records and approval of claims. So many of us, in fact, all of us here in Congress, work veterans' claims and cases, so this would benefit all of our veterans equally. Too many records still have not been digitized, and the delays caused by the pandemic are only worsened by this technology gap. In my own district, my office has worked to recover physical records on behalf of so many veterans. We have been told that half of a million veterans' records have been trapped in a backlog due to COVID-19 related staffing shortages. Without a workable solution to deliver effective records collection during the pandemic, the VA and the National Personnel Records Center held up critical care for those who have given so much. And I know so many of us here, Republicans and Democrats, we have all sent letters and worked to try to reduce this backlog. So my amendment here today continues the bipartisan work on modernizing the VA and fixing these delays once and for all. Mr. Chairman, I urge you to allow debate on amendment. I would also like to speak to you today on my amendment number 795 to HR 4350 to require a report on the feasibility of establishing a Customs and Border Protection pre-clearance facility in Taiwan. Last year, the Taipei International Airport applied to offer customs pre-clearance with strong support for approval of their applications on both sides of the Pacific. Taipei already hosts dozens of flights a week to and from the United States, and the number of visitors from Taiwan to the U.S. has increased by almost 30% since 2012. Taiwan already participates in both the U.S. Visa Waiver Program and the U.S. Global Entry Program, and would be the first country in the Asia Pacific to offer pre-clearance, an excellent choice given our close economic ties with the island, our shared values, and our ever more critical security partnership. Mr. Chairman, I urge you to allow debate on this amendment so that one day soon, the Taipei International Airport will soon have the first CBP pre-clearance facility in the Asia Pacific region. And finally, I would like to speak on my amendment number 847 to HR 4350 to require the Secretary to conduct an anonymous survey, emphasize that, to determine the effects of the COVID-19 vaccine mandate on military service members. I am not anti-vaccine, but I am 100% anti-mandate. Individuals should be able to choose what is best for them and their families in consultation with their doctor. This should not be forced by a government at any level. Now, I believe even my colleagues who are pro-vaccine mandates would support this amendment to determine what effects the mandate at the DoD will have on re-enlistment, recruitment, and readiness. Our troops represent the greatest fighting force this world has ever seen, and we deserve to fully understand whether a mandate, regardless of personal choice, will have an impact on the long-term effectiveness of this fighting force. We need to know what, if any, effect this policy will have on our national security. As such, I hope this committee will make the amendment in order. And as a personal point of privilege, I did want to weigh in very quickly and briefly on my colleague and friend from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, and his amendment number 534 with regard to the 1033 program. Just speaking right off the cuff, I understand many of the concerns that so many of my colleagues have regarding the militarization of police forces in our communities. As the wife of a first responder, my husband is a firefighter and a SWAT medic. In fact, the very vest, the ballistic vest that he wears on very dangerous callouts is a 1033 vest. This amendment is particularly concerning to me as a wife of a first responder, someone who utilizes a piece of 1033 equipment on a daily basis, because this amendment would take that away. I understand that they are looking for reforms, and I would welcome the opportunity to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to address these concerns and really move forward with these reforms. However, I think this is a step in the wrong direction. I come from a state that has over 60 inches of rain annually in a non-hurricane year. When we have had massive storms in the state of Florida, the MRAPs, they have become the high water rescue vehicles that have saved so many people. In fact, just this year, in my own neighborhood, on my street, we had, in the course of 5 hours, 4.5 feet of water collect, which then ended up in a water rescue of my neighbors across the street. The MRAP is what got them out and to safety. So I think there is definitely room for a conversation, but I would urge serious caution when moving forward on this, because so many small and mid-sized departments rely on this equipment, especially in the face of budget cuts and so many of the challenges that they're facing. There's a smart, deliberate way we can go about this without really gutting these departments that are already woefully under-resourced and understaffed. So I just want to thank the committee for their time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
We have Ms. Plaskett.
May I be excused? I have that
Anyone
same
have any
event.
objection if Ms. Plaskett leaves? You do?
How is anybody against your amendment? Why is it the law already?
We were excluded when the executive order was made for the Pacific Island territories, and so we're just asking to be included this time in the amendment.
You can go.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And the final person on this panel is Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern. Thanks to the colleagues here on the Rules Committee. It is truly a thankless job, so let me be one of the people that says thank you for doing the work. I want to speak first on my amendment number 92. It would require the International Monetary Fund to oppose any increase in the weight of the Chinese RMB in the basket of currencies underpinning special drawing rights, unless our Treasury Secretary certifies that the RMB is actually freely transferable. As most people realize, when China joined the World Trade Organization, they promised to become a market economy. They are not a market economy, and they are increasingly a threat that should be addressed in the NDAA. And this bill would require, this amendment would require that the Treasury Secretary certify China is in compliance with all of its obligations under Article 7 of the Articles of Agreement, which in part state, no member shall, without the approval of the IMS, impose restrictions on the making of payments and transfers for current international transactions. Of course, China does this as part of their One Belt, One Road initiative to the people that they lend money to. In the preceding 12 months, there has not been a report submitted under Section 3005 of the Omnibus Trade and Competitiveness Act of 1988, or Section 701 of the Trade Facilitation and Trade Enforcement Act of 2015, in which the People's Republic of China has been found to have manipulated its currency. China has instituted policies to ensure the RMB is freely usable, and then China adheres to the rules and principles of the Paris Club and the OECD arrangement and on officially supported export credits. If the Treasury Secretary can certify these things, then by all means, then the IMF would be able to adjust as they have been doing. But in the absence of that certification, the U.S. would use its voting rights to oppose it.
Thank you.
I have a couple other amendments I'd like to speak about. One is my amendment 552. It's titled "Don't Draft Our Daughters." This amendment essentially, though worded differently because the text is different this year, passed in 2016 in a bipartisan way. though admittedly narrowly. There was a similar push in 2016 to require women to begin registering for the draft. And we felt that such an action should get a vote. And when there was a vote, recorded vote on the floor of the House, the people's representative said, let's not do this. And this time, I think it's incredibly important that we also have a vote. Sentiments are different, and to be clear, I wish we didn't have a draft. I wish we would only institute a draft after Congress has constitutionally declared a war and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs comes back and says, we can't accomplish the mission you gave us without a draft. That's why we have a standing army, to buy time to raise that kind of a force and train them. But to make such a monumental shift and the requirement for women to register for the draft should truly be viewed as something that the people have had a voice in a recorded vote on the floor of the House. And again, it passed just in 2016. Next, my amendment 823 deals with President Biden's actions to remove all 18 presidentially appointed members of the Board of Visitors. This wasn't done in a targeted way to say, well, I have concerns about this member or that member. It was done simply because Donald Trump appointed them. And this is a clearly different tone than President Biden sounded on inauguration. And it is widely viewed as a way to politicize the military, not as a way to avoid politicizing the military. H.R. McMaster was just recognized as the distinguished graduate, the highest honor a graduate of the United States Military Academy can get, days after President Biden removed him from the Board of Visitors. Now, currently, we don't have a president so powerful he can remove the members of Congress who serve on that board, but the members of Congress who serve on that board are bipartisan, and the board should be bipartisan as well. They're appointed for a 3-year term. The board was established by this body, and simply in deference to the authority of Congress, we should say, you can't just remove them. We appointed them for a 3-year term for the same reason, that they would not be politicized. So if somebody should be removed for a cause, I think we all would say, sure, we have a reason to remove somebody, remove them. We might disagree about whether the cause is merited, but just to carte blanche politicize the board in that way is unprecedented and should be reversed. The other thing I would say is a sense of Congress that we think we established the term for a reason. We did it on purpose. We know that there's a turnover in the presidential administrations. Why wouldn't we support that term in the absence of removal for cause? Now, the last thing I'd like to do is speak to an amendment that my erstwhile colleague from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, has made to the NDAA. This is 599, the Safe Banking Act. Now, some people might say this may not be germane to the Defense Appropriations Act, but it is incredibly relevant to deal with cash in our economy. And the way that the cash ties to the black market in America is a national security issue. Border security is a national security issue, and the cartels are not just destroying day-to-day life for the people that many people in the room want to see helped, people that are really struggling. They're being exploited by these cartels. These people we saw over the weekend under the bridge, they're paying a toll if they make it into America to the cartels. They're in it for the money, and they're doing the same with the illicit finance in our drugs. There is truly a security tie for the Safe Banking Act. We need to get the cash out of the economy, fund legal activity, and this is what the Safe Banking does. I know there are people that have bigger, broader goals, and by all means pursue those and have a vote on those. We may disagree on some of those efforts, but I hope we can agree that we should pass the Safe Banking Act, even if it's part of the NDAA, and I appreciate Mr. Perlmutter's strong work on it. I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields.
Madam Chair, may I be excused?
Let me ask a final question of the members of the committee. Does anyone have a question for this panel?
I
Mr.
certainly
Coleman.
have no objection to my friend leaving, but I just want to make a quick comment on Mr. Davidson.
Well, before I leave, I would like to respond.
Can you turn on your mic?
Before I leave, I would like to respond to Representative Kamak. The armored vest that her husband wears when he leaves home, that would not be covered under my amendment. That would be property that would be allowed to be distributed under the 1033 program. And with respect to the armored vehicles, that is the kind of equipment that the civilian authority needs to weigh in on before the law enforcement agency acquires it. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. You may be excused. Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to associate myself with my friends' remarks. First of all, on Mr. Perlmutter's bills, well, I actually agree. This may not be the most elegant vehicle, but hey, because I do think there is a security issue here, and I think that's a very legitimate point my friend made. But I also wanted to associate myself with what he had to say about the appointments to the visitors, Board of Visitors with respect to the academies. Look, we can debate back and forth the merits of some of these individuals. I don't think you can debate General McMaster's or General Keene or people like that. And there's always a mix of political and military stuff. You really do need to have costs here. And I do think this is stretching executive prerogatives very far. And in a way that actually, whether you agree with the president's decisions or not, I think gets in the way of the institutional powers of our body and also the rights of, there's always some holdover appointments. There ought to be a good reason. If this stands the way it is, then it's going to become the precedent, I'm afraid. And we'll just essentially clear them all out, other than the sitting members of Congress, anytime there's a change in administration. So I think this was done. Again, I don't know the reasons why it was done, but I don't think it was well thought through. Again, if there had even been some give and take, then that might be at least more defensible than what we saw. So again, I think it's an unfortunate precedent. I really want to congratulate the gentleman for bringing this amendment. I think it's one we ought to look at institutionally as opposed to just narrowly partisan. I know it's meant that way, and I think on reflection, all of us, I would hope the majority of us at least, would recognize this is an unfortunate precedent. So I hope my friend's amendment's made in order. Thank you very much. Yield back, Madam Chair. Well, my friend. Oh.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Perlmutter.
Yeah, and I wanted to thank my friend, Mr. Davidson, and he may recall there's a section in the Safe Banking Act that Mr. Tipton added concerning cartels and national security pieces of this thing. So Mr. Davidson helped kind of build that bill, and I appreciate your comments. I did have a question for you, sir. With respect to a couple of your amendments, did you offer these in Armed Services?
Well, I would love to, however, I'm not on the House Armed Services Committee.
Oh, I thought you were on Armed Services.
No, but if you want to put in a word for me.
I will. You belong on Armed Services. You should be on Armed Services. I yield back.
Okay, the gentleman yields. Seeing that there are no other questions for this panel, I will excuse this panel and want to welcome our next panel to testify on amendments. Will be Mr. Burgess, Ms. Miller-Meeks, Mr. Gothmert, Mr. Grotham, Mr. Stauber, Mr. Perry, Mr. Villarakis, and Mr. Sherman. Squeeze in as close as you can. We're all vaccinated in here. We're pro-life.
Mr. Grothman first.
Okay, I'm going to call on Mr. Gothman. Gothman.
Every agency's request ought to be carefully examined. For several years now, I've been looking at the aircraft carriers of the Navy. And right now we have 14 of these massive ships. I do not believe that they were made obsolete in 1942, but some people feel in the Battle of the Midway, when we sunk 4 Japanese carriers in 1942, it would be a sign that in modern warfare with missiles, planes and such, that a large ship could be vulnerable. And like I said, right now we have 14. We're still planning on putting a new one in the service in either 1932 or 2032 or 2033. And given that you read things about how these big ships in a real rock'em sock'em war would be very vulnerable, despite the fact that we put other little ships around them, I question the necessity of having 14. I mean, I can understand why you need one if something's going on in Libya or some country like that that really can't come back, but I think we should maybe have people look at it and see what would happen if we had a war against, say, North Korea or something. And from what I read, it's not that great. Therefore, my amendment will ask the Comptroller General of the United States to submit a report on the fiscal impacts of reducing the active aircraft carrier fleet by 1 ship. And I think that would at least, if they come up with a report, would put the ball in play as to whether we really need all 14 aircraft carriers. Because I don't think we do. And when I talk to people kind of in the know, they'll tell you they're absolutely amazing ships, absolutely wonderful. It would be a disaster if one went down, not only because they're so magnificent, but I think they have 5,000 military guys on board, each one of them. But given their limitations in the real world, I would question the necessity of having 14. So that's why I'd like my amendment to go forth. And it's kind of a good amendment, because it's not a rash amendment. It's not saying we're going to shut one down tomorrow. It's just kind of putting the notion in play. And that's why if you want to adapt an amendment from a Republican, just to prove it can be done. Thank you.
The gentleman yields, and I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record statements from Representatives Pascrell and Garamendi in support of their amendments to H.R. 4350. Now I will call Mr. Burgess. Dr. Burgess, for your amendment, sir.
Thank you. I have 2 amendments, and I want to speak on a third. The first amendment, number 37, requires the Commission on Afghanistan created in the base bill to include in its report all advice or counsel provided to the President by the Department of Defense personnel or other relevant administration advisors on the withdrawal of armed forces from Afghanistan. You heard the discussion I had with the chairman of the full committee. It is imperative that we fully understand the withdrawal of our armed forces from Afghanistan from planning to execution. It's concerning to me that our military members abandoned Bagram Air Force Base weeks before the completion of the withdrawal. We've all witnessed the withdrawal effort descended into chaos, culminating in a terrorist attack on our armed forces and innocent Afghan civilians by ISIS-K. While I also supported the withdrawal, we should not have lost 13 American lives in the process. The Commission on Afghanistan specifically requires an examination of the circumstances under which the Biden administration withdrew the armed forces from Afghanistan, and it cannot be accomplished without a thorough examination of the advice and counsel that was provided by his advisors. I'm glad that we managed to evacuate almost all of the U.S. personnel and citizens. It's concerning to me that some do remain in Afghanistan. The President either did not receive appropriate advice or chose to ignore his advisors. Either way, we have to get to the bottom of how this withdrawal went so very badly. So I will urge support for my amendment and ask for it to be made in order. Second Amendment, number 94, directs the Department of Defense Inspector General to investigate and submit a report to Congress on the assessment, planning, and presentation of Afghanistan withdrawal options by defense and intelligence personnel to the President. Once again, you heard the discussions with the chairman of the full committee earlier. It is so critical that we fully understand the withdrawal of our armed forces from planning to execution. The issue of Bagram Air Force Base, I think, needs to be thoroughly investigated. This amendment will allow for an independent, nonpartisan investigation into withdrawal, including key moments when operations went wrong. Again, the president either did not receive appropriate advice or chose to ignore his advisors. Either way, we must get to the bottom of how things went so very wrong. The third amendment I want to speak on is amendment number 796. It's an amendment by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina, and this amendment ensures that no federal funds are used to promote or advance critical race theory in the United States Armed Forces or the Department of Defense. Specifically, this amendment would prohibit federal funds from being used to advance or promote the superiority or inferiority of any race, that the United States is fundamentally a racist country, that the Declaration of Independence or the U.S. Constitution are fundamentally racist documents, that an individual's moral worth is determined by his or her race, an individual by virtue of his or her race is inherently racist and oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, and an individual, because of his or her race, bears responsibility for the actions committed by other individuals of the same race. Look, there's little to be gained by promoting a philosophy that dictates you hate yourself, you hate your neighbor, you hate your country, and it has no place in the United States military. And I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Ms. Miller Meeks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come before you today in strong support of my amendment number 686. Number 686, which would include my bipartisan bill, the Alexander Lofgren Veterans and Parks Act, as part of this year's National Defense Authorization Act. I was so proud to introduce this overwhelmingly bipartisan legislation with a fellow veteran, Congressman Gallego. I was even more proud to see this bill pass our chamber unanimously in July. Our common sense legislation would give service members, veterans, and our Gold Star families free passes to all of our beautiful national parks and federal lands for life. This amendment will support those who sacrifice so much for our liberty and freedom. Our nation is blessed to have some of the most beautiful national parks and public lands. Each year, millions of Americans access the more than 2,000 federal recreation areas, including national parks, national forests, and wildlife refuges. This includes some of the country's most iconic national treasures, from Acadia National Park in Maine and the Dry Tortugas in Florida to the Redwood National Forest in California and the Gates of the Arctic in Alaska. In 2020, the America the Beautiful annual pass became free for veterans and Gold Star families. However, this change for veterans has never been put into law and could be undone in future years. My amendment protects these veteran passes by codifying them into law and making them lifetime passes instead of annual passes that would have to be resubmitted every year. Making the passes lifetime instead of annual also makes the job of the Park Service workload and postage easier and ensures our veterans have full access to all the benefits they deserve. Finally, this amendment also creates annual passes for current service members, which will be converted into lifetime passes once they retire. From sea to shining sea, we are a nation of incredible beauty and biodiversity. Congress recognizes both the mental and physical health benefits of outdoor recreation for current service members and veterans. As a 24-year Army veteran, I understand very intimately the sacrifices made by our military and their loved ones, and believe we must do whatever we can to honor these VIP heroes. My bill provides these Americans with free access to the land they sacrificed to defend. Our national parks are here for all of us. Getting outside into nature and enjoying our beautiful country provides an outlet and escape with both mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical benefits. No one is more worthy of experiencing open access to these incredible places than the men and women who fought to keep us free and the families who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Unfortunately, it is all too easy to pay lip service to the military's sacrifice, but then not follow through with action to recognize their service. We can never fully repay our veterans for their service and sacrifice, but we want to show our gratitude by giving them lifetime access to America's most beautiful natural landscapes. I urge all of you to support this common sense legislation, which this chamber has already agreed to, and allow it to be included in this year's NDAA Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Gomer.
Thank you very much. I have 7 amendments, and thanks. They are appropriate. First of all, one that the American Bar Association supported in 2006 that didn't make it into law. They support it again now. My office was notified. But under current law, our service members that deserve every privilege they can have under the law, they're not entitled to appeal decisions that could put them in prison for life even, or death for that matter, but they're not entitled to appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States. And this amendment, after all these years and efforts of trying to make it so, would allow a service member to file a writ or an application for a writ from the Supreme Court. That has not been the case before. There are cases that are certainly deserving of being heard by the Supreme Court, but the unfairness, the way the rating system goes, the way people can be intimidated, even at the appellate level by a commander, can leave really unjust decisions in place. So this is attempting to fix that situation. Of course, the military, when you sign up, you're not entitled to freedom of speech. That's very restricted. You're not entitled to freedom of assembly. You have to assemble whenever and wherever you're ordered to do that. But this is one that shouldn't be taken away. And it leads to other things that need to be corrected in our UCMJ. The Second Amendment removes the personal information from military investigation databases if the service member is found not guilty of an allegation. The lack of direct guidance on this provision has negatively impacted innocent service members that were in the process of being railroaded, but the system caught itself, corrected it, and yet when they attempted to apply for jobs or had other things come up, boom, they got hit with what happened in the service, even though it was very unfairly. The Third Amendment prevents commanders from briefing potential jurors on pending trials. And I know that may seem strange, but it has happened. And you may not be familiar the way juries are selected in the military, but I know from personal experience, my 4 years at Fort Benning, lower commanders were requested to send recommendations. Sometimes it was 2 or 4 people per company, maybe 1 from each platoon in a company, then up from the company, then battalion would pick from those and send some up, and brigade would pick from those and send. By the time it got to the commanding general, you had some of the toughest, most redneck folks ready to hang them high and put them in jail. Because in the military, the convening authority, the person that signs the order to send a charge to be tried, that's the commanding, sometimes colonel in the Army, general, admiral, but that is also the person that takes all these recommended, extremely hard-nosed folks that were nominated to be on the panel, picks from them, and that's who sits on the jury. So when you hear jury panel in the military, this is not like a civilian panel where you come in and you have some people excused for cause. I can think of some incidences that, you know, no appellate court legitimately should have put up with, where people said, there is no way I will not find this man guilty if he uses an insanity defense. And the judge said, well, I'm going to order you not to consider it. Are you going to disobey my direct order? Oh, well, no, Judge, if you direct orders. And then they said, there is no way we'll find this man not guilty if he doesn't come testify for himself. Well, I'm going to order you, gentlemen. You know I'm the judge and I'm your superior, and I'm going to order you. You must not use that in weighing guilt or innocence that he used his Fifth Amendment. Well, okay, Judge, if you are. Anyway, they were all on the jury, and every one of them had shown cause that could not be rehabilitated. But anyway, the judge let it go because he ordered them not to consider it. That was good enough for him. So sometimes you get some situations that are grossly unfair, and at some point, we need to have the highest civilian court go, come on, folks. We cut you a lot of slack because we know you need a system that's streamlined, but you still got to have some fairness here. And that's what all of these are aimed at. It also would, my Fourth Amendment would create a separate career track for military judges. As Justice Breyer recently said, you don't want the person that judges thinking of the next job. Military judges should be on a separate career track to avoid any undue influence impacting trial outcomes. Years ago, before I was in 1978, the Army, I don't know about the other services, but they had made a habit of appointing the new guys to be the defense counsel, and then when they got really good, they'd move them over into prosecution. And the commander that sent charges to be prosecuted was the one that would rate some of those people involved in the court-martial. And so that was changed, and no, you can't appoint somebody to be a defense counsel unless they have a certain minimum experience in the courtroom trying cases. And that was the case when I went in. That made it more fair, really did, but this has been a problem, and fortunately, it's not a problem all the time, but it is enough of a problem. It ought to be a separate career track, just like the defense attorneys were taken out of control of the staff judge advocate and began being rated by a separate defense system. The Fifth Amendment requires military courts to comply with the Supreme Court precedent and mandate from Ramos versus Louisiana that ordered all courts to have unanimous verdict. In the military, sometimes you'll have a panel of 15, and because a lot of them have been sent out on maneuvers or different things, you have to have a minimum of 5, but sometimes you only have 5. And it's not required the verdict be unanimous, and it ought to be when you're talking about locking somebody up for the rest of their lives. So this would bring the system into compliance with all the other things in the country when it comes to criminal law. My Sixth Amendment, the amendment requires all members of the convening authority to be removed from the rating system of a military judge. Since this is the guy that actually appoints the jurors that will sit on a given case, and actually at Fort Benning, they would sit sometimes for months until they had a verdict the commander didn't like, and then the commanding general would excuse them and appoint somebody else to be on the juries that sat on these cases. So it would help if we change that system. Number 7, that amendment ensures retroactively that members of the armed forces are not dishonorably discharged for refusing the COVID-19 vaccine. We've heard some horror cases where people have lost limbs, they've given their service, they're getting close to retirement, and because of their own physical situation, they elect not to have a vaccination. And let's face it, when basic message coming out of the administration is, we have, as the president said, we've got to protect the vaccinated from the unvaccinated by making the unvaccinated take the vaccination that does not protect the vaccinated from the unvaccinated. That's the message that's being sent out from here. And service members should not get a dishonorable discharge if they've had a very honorable service but elect not to take the vaccination. If they're going to separate them, that's one thing, but it sure shouldn't reflect that service was dishonorable when it's never been anything but honorable. So those are the 7, and would humbly submit, we really do need to make some changes here.
Thank you. Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first amendment is 385. In the fiscal year 20 NDAA, my amendment requested the Navy create a report on the feasibility of doing maintenance work on naval vessels at shipyards other than shipyards in the vessel's home port. The report was produced in spring 2020, and within the report, the Navy concluded that the law could be modified to allow the Navy to use non-home port yards to meet surge capacity where the contract would be for more than 10 months. And the yard has either a master ship repair agreement, MSRA, or an agreement for boat repair with the Navy and ABR. Amendment number 385 will allow the Navy to solicit contracts from non-home port shipyards for maintenance work should the shipyards meet the Navy's requirement for ship repair work. We have done the proper examination. Now it is time to give the Navy the authority it needs to reduce its maintenance backlog and better address our military readiness. And I know the shipyards in the Great Lakes stand ready and willing to serve. My second amendment, Amendment 789, creates a much-needed incentive to kickstart domestic manufacturing of our critical minerals. Introducing the Manufacturing America's Critical Minerals Act early this Congress, similar to last year's version, the bill allows American manufacturing companies to deduct 10% of the cost of purchasing domestically processed minerals critical to our national security. And I'm privileged to have Senator Blackburn of Tennessee as the Senate amendment sponsor, and I appreciate her understanding of the topic. Chairman McGovern, as I've discussed many times before this committee, our foreign rivals like China and Russia dominate the critical mineral value chain. They own child labor-powered mines in places like the Congo and then ship the materials back to China for manufacturing things like missile guidance systems for our F-35s, semiconductors, and solar panels. Chinese manufacturing is done cheaply with energy sources that have no environmental safeguards whatsoever, and workers toiling in sweatshops. Then they sell the manufactured items back to us, and American manufacturers just cannot compete while holding America's defense hostage by monopolizing defense-related items. Manufacturing America's Critical Minerals Act has a Senate companion in this NDAA debate and will level the playing field for American manufacturing of our resources. And finally, Amendment 840. When our military service members enlist, they are often sold the promise that they and their families will be taken care of by the government. They are promised housing benefits, educational benefits, even free health care. It is evident that we have not made good on all of our promises. In 2016, Congress went a step further to walk back their promise. They included a provision in the NDAA that put new enrollment fees on service members who are on TRICARE select plans. Although implementation of these enrollment fees was delayed, much due to the advocacy of veteran service organizations that raised alarm bells on this, these fees are now in effect as of January 2021. Veterans on TRICARE select plans were sent a letter last year stating that they will need to start paying these fees at the beginning of 2021 or they would be disenrolled from the health care plan. They were given a 180-day grace period from the time of disenrollment to request reinstatement. The grace period is now over. As a representative of a very rural district, I am terribly aware that some veterans in my area are simply unaware that they have been kicked off the health care plan, that the next time they are sick or injured, they will be turned away or stuck with an enormous bill that they cannot afford. That is why I'm offering this amendment. Amendment 840 will eliminate the enrollment fees for those who retired before January 1st, 2018, and cap the enrollment fees for those who retired afterwards. This amendment is an incremental approach to right or wrong for the veterans who made such a great sacrifice for our country. I ask that my amendment be made in order. Thank you, and I yield back, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much. And before I go to Mr. Perry next, let me just say as a reminder that according to guidance from the attending physician, masks are required for all meetings in an enclosed U.S. House of Representatives controlled space. The CDC recommended measure further reduces risk of acquiring infection and potential risk of transmitting disease to an individual's vulnerable household members. Mr. Perry. Is Mr. Perry on? Well, we're going to skip Mr. Perry and go to Mr. Bilirakis.
And I wanted to thank you for allowing me to offer this amendment along with our ranking member, Member Cole. I'm offering today amendment number 558 of the fiscal year 22 National Defense Authorization Act. My bipartisan amendment with the support of Representative Ruiz and 33 other bipartisan members. My particular bill has several more co-sponsors. It's called the Major Richard Starr Act, and Richard Starr advocated for this bill for many years. Unfortunately, he passed away due to his illnesses, which were combat-related. This would expand eligibility to certain military retirees for concurrent receipt of veterans' disability compensation and retired pay or combat-related special compensation. I believe our bill is probably roughly 117 co-sponsors, and we have a sponsor in the Senate as well. In the past, military service members found to have endured a service-connected disability could not collect their pension and disability pay in unison. To receive VA disability compensation, veterans had to forfeit their retirement benefits and pay back dollar for dollar the amount that would have been owed to them if they had received both benefits. In the fiscal year 2004, the National Defense Authorization Act, the Congress created the Concurrent Retirement and Disability Pay Program. In doing so, veterans who were 100% disabled were authorized to receive both earned benefits, known as concurrent receipt, for the first time ever. Since then, the law has expanded the eligibility to receive military retirement pay and their VA disability pay concurrently to military retirees with 20 or more years of service and a 50% or higher disability rating. Under current law, concurrent receipt for military retirees who have a disability rating of 50% or higher was phased in through 2014. That was a great initiative of my father, Congressman Mike Bilirakis. But that's just a subsection, and and I do have H.R. 303. Many of you have co-sponsored that. That takes care of everyone, but this is just a subsection of this, and I want to go further if I may. While this certainly marks tremendous progress, medically retired veterans with less than 20 years of service who were wounded in combat must still offset their DoD retirement pay by their VA disability compensation. I think that's very unfair. Many of these veterans have the full intention. They had the intention of serving for 20 years or more and gained full retirement benefits, but through no fault of their own, were unable to do their service and sacrifice in the line of duty. So in other words, they were injured in the line of duty, so they couldn't serve the 20 years. Therefore, under current law, they're disqualified from receiving both their disability and their pension. This group of retired veterans, also known as Chapter 61 retirees, are arguably the most at risk because of their complex combat injuries and are just as deserving as those who serve greater than 20 years of service. By creating the CRDP, I firmly believe that Congress admitted that offset requirement of disabled veterans was wrong. Approximately 550,000 military retirees are eligible to receive both military retirement pay and disability compensation, but are prohibited under the current guidelines of this program. So that the full amount is 550, but I'm only addressing between 40,000 and 60,000 veterans, so it's a subsection of that. In my view, I see these veterans as essentially being taxed for their service and sacrifice because they were deemed service-connected disabled. My amendment would remove that tax and the disparity between those combat disabled veterans and the rest of the population. My standalone bill and its Senate companion have received a wide margin of, again, bipartisan support amongst members, again, bicameral support in this Congress and in past Congresses, as well as the support of many veterans service organizations, including the American Legion, the VFW, DAV, VVA, the AMVETS, Military Officers Association of America, Fleet Reserve Association, American Ex-Prisoners of War, and the Association of the Navy, and I'm sure that none of them oppose this. None of these organizations do. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify on my amendment, and I look forward to the discussion today. And I yield back, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much.
Appreciate it.
And the last person on this panel is Mr. Sherman.
Thank you. I'm here to testify in favor of 5 of my amendments, and unless it's a breach of decorum, also testify against the amendment that is also pending before you. The first and most important is number 26, dealing with the War Powers Act. Dealing with the War Powers Act, number 26. The War Powers Act says that the President can't deploy our troops into harm's way for more than 60 or 90 days without an authorization to use military force. It is the only limit on the President's ability to send our troops into harm's way without congressional involvement. Every president since the 70s has taken the position that it's not constitutional, pointing to the fact that the President is Commander-in-Chief. Congress points to its power to declare war. So you have a bifurcated approach in the Constitution to who controls our war-making authority. What's very clear in the Constitution is that Congress has the power of the purse. And for that reason, we've had testimony before the Foreign Affairs Committee that this amendment will make the War Powers Act enforceable. In 2011, I introduced this on the floor on the Appropriations Bill. No money shall be spent in contravention of the War Powers Act. It was controversial. It passed. It's been part of every defense appropriations bill that has come up since, so you've already voted for it half a dozen times. It's now time to make this part of permanent law, not just 1 year at a time, but to say at no time should a president use congressionally provided funds to violate the War Powers Act. Amendment 51. We learned in Afghanistan that the State Department has a STEP program in which you can tell the State Department where you are, just in case when you get in danger, they can help you out. But we learned in Afghanistan, this is a voluntary program. This amendment would make it mandatory if you're visiting a war zone. Visiting Canada is different from visiting Kabul. And we had testimony by Blinken before us just last week or the week before about how they faced so many difficulties in evacuating Americans in Afghanistan because they didn't know which Americans were in Afghanistan. Number 746 is the Sherman-Waters Amendment to prohibit Americans from investing in Russian sovereign debt. This is to sanction Russia for their interference in our elections, including on March 16, 2021, the Director of National Intelligence said that Putin had authorized interference in our 2020 election. We have sanctions against Russian individuals, but now it's time to sanction the Russian state. There are economic analyses that say that this would increase the cost of Russia borrowing money by 0.5 percentage point, which is a big deal in the financial world. Next is Amendment 52, which prohibits military assistance to Azerbaijan because of their recent aggressive war against Artsakh and the Republic of Armenia. It is co-sponsored by 12 other members of Congress. Next is Amendment 28, which focuses on the Assyrians and also the Yazidis who have lived in northern Iraq, particularly the Nineveh Plain, and requires that, and says that it'll be our policy to work with those groups so that they can return in safety. The Assyrians, for example, have been a Christian minority since the dawn of Christianity, and they would like our assistance in being able to live in security. Finally, I oppose number 288, put forward by my good friend Mr. McHenry. This creates a working group of the CFTC and the SEC on cryptocurrency. You may ask, well, what's this doing in the NDAA? It has nothing to do with defense, nothing to do with our international relations. It has to do with the CFTC, which is overseen by the Department of Agriculture, which has not had hearings on this. And it has to do with the SEC, which is overseen by my subcommittee on financial services, as well as the full committee, which also has not had hearings on that, on this. And you might say, well, what's the matter with creating a working group? When you get to the details, you see that this working group is carefully crafted to be in the control of the trillion-dollar cryptocurrency industry and not to have anyone on the working group that's dealing with tax evasion, sanctions evasion, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and nothing from no one there who is focused on the know your customer and anti-money laundering provisions that I know Mr. Perlmutter is very familiar with, and which are the backbone of all of our financial enforcement. The SEC opposes this amendment. The chair of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Smith, opposes this amendment. It's a bad idea put on a bill that it has nothing to do with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Any questions, Mr. Cole?
Just real quickly, if I may, my friend from Texas, I'm very inclined to be supportive. I represent a military district. I've seen some of these kinds of problems firsthand, and I think they're really thoughtful. I'm just curious if, do you know if House Armed Services has ever really, looked at these kinds of issues, had hearings on them? I guess what I would worry about, although I have enormous respect for your experience in this particular area, you've got quite a background and a body of expertise. You just don't want to inadvertently do something that messes up the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is an important instrument of regular order in the military. On the other hand, the kinds of abuses that you've talked about, I've seen a couple of those, and I know they're real. So I really think that's a thoughtful set of amendments. And again, I'm inclined to be supportive, but just curious if number one, would you favor that? I assume you would, but, I just, in my time on the House Armed Services Committee, which granted was many years ago, we spent a lot of time, and there's some really good work in this one on sexual assault issues and some things like that. So I'm not being critical of the committee at all. It does try to look into the overall culture and life of the military, and I think make positive changes. But has there been a series of hearings at all on this particular topic and how we would update this, or particularly providing this appeal option that you talked about, which I think is very important?
Well, like on the first one, the ABA has been looking at this issue for a long time, for many years, and they continue to support allowing an application for a writ to the Supreme Court. And the truth is, anybody who's familiar with the Supreme Court knows they're going to hardly ever grant that.
Right.
But it does leave open at least the chance that on something monumental, the Supreme Court can finally go, you know what, that's been unfair for a long time. We're going to take that up.
Well, I think it's helpful, too, just to have somebody looking over your shoulder.
Exactly. And when we talk to people on the Armed Services Committee, some say, I like the idea, but I've heard from this commander, that commander, they don't want it.
Yeah,
And
no
we're
kidding.
trying to be sensitive. Well, of course not, because if there's somebody you don't like, you want to run out. You don't want to be held to account. But that's where the civilian side comes in, that, you know, we're a country that's supposed to have civilians over the military. I know Secretary Esper, when we had pushed an issue where there was great unfairness, he said he's never seen a problem. Well, I know there are problems, and so does Sergeant Miller behind me.
Wow.
So he's working for me now, and we're looking at these issues. But I don't know if more hearings before the Armed Services Committee would help, because there will be a flurry of calls. But even just on that first one, this has been looked at for years. At least give our guys a chance to at least make an application for writ.
Well, it just, for what it's worth, I'm supportive of that amendment, and I think the others ought to be looked at pretty seriously, too. And I just commend the gentleman for bringing that up here. It's something we don't think about very much. It's not the normal debate on either armed services, let alone defense approach, where I sit now. But again, having seen a couple of instances where, at least I think, there was real abuse inside the system and no means to check it or review it. I'm not saying I knew, I'm just saying I wish somebody else, had had an opportunity to take a look at it dispassionately. So just thank the gentleman for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you for your, your attention.
Ms. Torres? Any questions? Okay. Mr. Burgess, I know you're on this last panel, but you might want to ask yourself some questions if you.
It's very insightful, Mr. Chairman. I've got some good questions, but I'll submit them for the record.
Mr. Perlmutter?
I just thank the witnesses for testifying.
Let me see, who else is here? Mr. Raskin, Ms. Scanlon, Mr. Morelli. Okay. Mr. Desagne, Mr. Ross. Miss Ross, Mr. Neguse. Thank you all very, very much. We appreciate it. The next panel is Ms. Green of Georgia, Mr. Griffith of Virginia, Mr. Wenstrup of Indiana. Ohio. We'll just attribute that to.
That matters a lot in football season, Mr. Chairman.
They do.
Sorry.
Yeah, but on the football field, they don't play alike.
Well, fortunately, my alma mater beat Indiana over the weekend in Indiana. It was a great game.
Okay, Ms. Green, you may begin. Just make sure your microphone is on. Okay.
Am I on? There we go. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I would like to discuss two amendments that I've offered to the National Defense Authorization Act. My first amendment, Amendment 41, would strike the section of the bill that makes women eligible for the draft. Drafting American wives, mothers, daughters for mandatory military service unnecessarily politicizes military service and would jeopardize the national security of this nation. The purpose of the draft is to rapidly replace combat losses in extreme national emergencies. It has always been about meeting the needs of the armed forces as fast as possible with the best replacements as possible. Men are, by their very nature, the best suited to meet these demands when necessary. The effort to draft America's daughters into frontline combat duty will undermine the military's combat prowess, lead to greater wartime casualties, and take away from the defense capacity. Men and women are not physically the same, and women do not possess an equal opportunity to survive on the battlefield in direct combat with battle-hardened men. And I can say that as a woman who can deadlift 300 pounds, can do more pull-ups than anyone else in this room, and run faster than any of you. You see, women are equal to men in many ways. But when we put women on the battlefield unnecessarily, it changes the dynamics of how a defense should operate, how a military should operate. And let me explain some of the reasons why this is an issue. You see, right now, we have 17 million 18 to 25-year-old men who are currently registered in the select services. That's 17 million already registered, all males. Right now, we have 1.3 million active duty military members serving. We have 800,000 reservists. There is no necessary reason to draft women with those numbers. Again, 17 million who are registered, 18 to 25-year-old men. Why would we draft young women who are 18 to 25 years old? There's no reason for it. We are a nation with a large population. We are not a small nation like Israel, who has to do that simply because they don't have the population to meet the need to form a military. Another thing that this panel, I hope, will take into consideration is we should learn how to spend our American taxpayers' dollars wisely. Drafting women will force the military to have to spend money in ways they didn't before. When you think about a Navy ship, there has to be places for women to sleep and men to sleep, and they have to be separate. There has to be restrooms and many facilities to keep separate for men and women. At least I would hope so, although things seem to be changing in that regard lately. But there's a cost concern in that. There's also a cost concern in women's health care. Fortunately, women in the military receive great health care, but if we start drafting women and have just as many women in the military one day that we have as men, that's another cost we have to take into consideration. And then I'll tell you a quick story, and I thought this was really interesting. This is from actually April 5th, 2003. This is from a story from a ship in the Persian Gulf aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Now, here's what was quite interesting to me, is the captain said, since the Lincoln pulled out of its home port in Everett, Washington on July 20th, about 20 crew members have been sent home pregnant. 7 in the first few weeks. 7 in the first few weeks. They had to send 20 of them home just in the start. So there are issues when you're putting just as many women into the military as men, especially when there's no need to do it when we already have 17 million 18 to 25-year-old men currently registered in the select services. What is the point of drafting our daughters? And I can say that as a mother of 2 daughters that would be eligible for a military draft at their ages 23 and 21. I assure you, this mother does not want her daughters drafted into the military, but I would support them if they chose to join. So my amendment preserves the part of Section 513 and recognizes the solemnity of the military service, maintenance of the health of the selective service systems, and due process rights. I applaud the members who are leading this fight to protect women and the integrity of our armed forces, and I urge my colleagues to join me. The second amendment, Amendment 831, I offered with Representative Matt Gaetz, would add a section urging the resignation of Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and General Mark Milley. My amendment expresses that it's the sense of Congress that these men are unfit to service in their positions as Secretary of Defense and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs. General Milley's conduct lately shows exactly why this amendment is necessary, but unfortunate. General Mark Milley promised to warn his Chinese counterpart ahead of time in case of the Trump administration prepared a military strike against China. If that is true, General Mark Milley must be investigated, removed, and court-martialed. In 2 secret phone calls that took place October 30th, 2020, 4 days before the presidential election, and January 8th, 2 days after the Capitol riot, Milley allegedly assured his Chinese counterpart that the U.S. would not strike and he would warn the Chinese in case of an attack. This man was not elected and was not president of the United States. He was not the commander-in-chief. A man who's so flustered by military tensions that he commits treason obviously does not have the temperance to lead an army. Milley clearly gave aid and comfort to America's principal adversary, the Chinese Communist Party. He must resign. I hope that my colleagues will recognize the need for Congress to demand his resignation. Thank you very much.
Before I go to Mr. Griffith, I would like to call up Mr. Graves from Louisiana to join the panel. I'm not going to go to Little, I'm just calling you up officially. So I'm going to go now to Mr. Griffith. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, for allowing me the opportunity to discuss my amendment, which would remedy what I believe is an unconstitutional indefinite detention provision that is included in Section 1021B of the 2012 NDAA and is part of the current law. Current law allows for any American citizen on American soil to be detained indefinitely until the end of the 2001 AUMF. The DOD could conceivably indefinitely detain me or any member of this committee for doing something as simple as giving a neighbor a ride. Let me go into more detail. Suppose you have a neighbor that talked with you occasionally, but you didn't know particularly well, but you'd seen him around the community, but you didn't know him well. One day, as you're getting ready to leave for work, that neighbor shows up on your doorstep carrying their briefcase, one of those large kinds that lawyers like me love, you know, that carries everything, and says his car has broken down. Could you give him a ride to the courthouse or other federal facility? You say, sure, I'll give you a ride. You do not know that this individual is actually a member of a terrorist group, Al-Qaeda, etc., and that the briefcase he was carrying that you helped transport carried a bomb. By doing this act of kindness that most of us would probably agree to do for somebody that we'd seen around in the community, you could be indefinitely detained without due process under the language that's currently written in there. Now, fortunately, I don't want anybody to panic. DOD has not detained Americans in the United States in this fashion, and they have in the past communicated to my office that they don't think that they would do so, nor do they intend at any time to do so, nor do they think it's a part of their, it would not affect their ongoing operations. DOJ has said similarly. My amendment just fixes this constitutional language problem. And as a bonus, it doesn't affect what's happening now, what's happened in the past, and hopefully what would happen in the future. As I've stated, I wholeheartedly believe this provision violates the U.S. Constitution. But even if you think I'm wrong, and there are some who do, since it is currently not being used and not foreseen to affect ongoing operations, I ask this simple question. What's the harm in straightening out the language? Since nobody thinks that anybody would do it, and some think that they couldn't do it, why not straighten out the language so it doesn't have an appearance that we're violating the Constitution? This has prevented, this section, and my strong feelings about it, have prevented me from voting for any of the NDAAs since my first vote back in early 2011. I believe the current law restricts due process, and I believe this should be fixed now so that it will not potentially be used or abused in the future. Now, I'll tell you that I was at a gathering of freshmen earlier this year, and NDAA came up, and I said, well, you know, I'm an outlier. I haven't voted for it except one time in my tenure because, and I gave a brief description, at the end of the meeting, this freshman came up and said, my state legislature agrees with you. We passed a resolution saying we thought it was unconstitutional and should be taken out or changed. So apparently, I'm not that lone voice in the woods. There are a few others who feel this way. But my big question is and has always been, if it, on its face, it appears to be unconstitutional, if it could be by some future organization, majority, president, or whatever be abused, we have an obligation of the Constitution to correct the language and make it clear. So I ask that you find that it's proper for the floor to consider, and I hope that it will pass.
Thank you very much. I now yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup.
Well, thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, members of this committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today on my amendment, number 827. The amendment is fairly simple. It exempts members of certain members of the Reserves and National Guard from the separation history and physical exam requirement, also known as SHIPPY. There's a reason for it. The SHIPPY was designed for when people were leaving the military, active component. And it was designed to facilitate the transfer of care and support evaluation of disability claims. So in other words, it was like your final physical before leaving the military altogether. Under current law, the categories of service members this requirement applies to are members of the reserve component, which covers reserves and National Guard, who are separated from active duty if the active duty is for a period of 30 days or more. So you have reserve and guard that sometimes are called up for 30 days, 60 days, and then go back and are not leaving the military, they're just leaving that active component role. And so it doesn't prohibit anybody from getting any type of care or claiming a disability, a line of duty, mental health exam. All of that is still completely in place. But there's been a tremendous backlog for the medical teams and also for the time involved for our reserve and guard who may go out and do testing for COVID for 30 days, and then they are required to get this physical, and there's nothing's changed in their status except they went from orders, which put them in active component, back to their reserve or guard component. And so it's been a tremendous backlog on a military that already has a physician shortage, and so it's very challenging. So while this requirement makes complete sense in many of the categories laid out in what is labeled as 10 U.S.C. 1045, it's actually burdensome and unnecessarily costly in many ways. The reserve component members are simply moving from active duty back to their normal reserve or guard status. They're not leaving the military completely, which was really the intent of that examination. And due to the requirement that it applies to those on active duty for more than 30 days, members of the National Guard could end up being required to undergo an exam multiple times over the course of their careers, or even multiple times in a single year. We've seen our Guard called up a lot in the last several years, and some of them very short term. So you could twice in a year be called up for 30 days, and each time you're going back to your unit. There's nothing wrong, but we as a military have the burden of having these exams performed. So as a physician and a service member, I believe any service member who needs or wants to undergo a physical exam for mental health assessment or whatever should absolutely have the opportunity to do so. And that's why nothing in this amendment prohibits a member of the reserve component or National Guard from requesting and receiving a physical exam, a mental health assessment if desired, filing a disability claim or line of duty, or receiving treatment for any of the above. And I think that by removing this requirement for a small subset of our service members, we can also free up some of these finite resources that we have to be directed towards those who are more in need of these physical exams and mental health assessments, especially those who want them for themselves. So one thing I'll add is it's not an official assessment, but my staff did reach out to CBO when we first began exploring this policy change, which I know many in the military would like to see happen. CBO noted that the very preliminary assessment making this change would reduce discretionary appropriations by about $25 million a year. And I think we could use $25 million towards a lot of health care for those who need it and need it more expeditiously if we did this today. That's all my amendment does. It removes the requirement, but not the option, for certain members of the reserve component to undergo a separation history and physical exam. And I urge you to take a look at it. You know, it says in the bill itself, you know, that unless the member is retiring or being discharged or dismissed from the armed services. So if you have a reservist or guards person who is leaving the military, then they get this exam, which was the intent, so that there's a transition to civilian care or VA care, whatever the case may be. So a lot of times it's just redundant because of how the law was written, and I hope that this can be ruled in order and give us a chance to make a positive change. It will save us money and doesn't do anything to diminish care. Actually, will give greater opportunities for those in need to get their care. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to raise one amendment that we filed for the NDAA bill. It has to do with the National Guard. I believe it's the last 4 NDAA bills that have come out of the House have included a provision that would allow for the National Guard, when deployed for federally declared disasters, for them to be paid either under the Disaster Relief Fund or under Title 32. This House mark does not include that provision. I'll say it again. I think it's the first time in 4 years. That it's not in there, so we offered an amendment that this provision historically has been bipartisan. Let me be very clear. In the past, we've linked it expressly to the Disaster Relief Fund, FEMA's disaster fund. In this case, as we did last year, all it does is simply open it up to authorization or eligibility under Title 32. If the National Guard is deployed under a federally declared disaster with the approval of the Secretary of Defense, Mr. Chairman, I urge y'all to include this amendment, make it eligible. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask your indulgence for just a minute if I can kind of freelance a little bit. I know you're also debating consideration of the CR. I'm not going to get into weeds on that. There's not text. I just want to bring up one thing, if you please indulge me. It's my understanding that they're going to potentially include some disaster spending in there. I represent South Louisiana. Of the 25 parishes in the disaster declaration area, we represent 13 of them. That's our whole district. Every parish in our district was declared. One, I commend the president for raising the issue of needing disaster response. I really appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, having gone through this many times and working with states all over the country, disasters, waiting to provide funds for Hurricane Ida, the most recent hurricane waiting as we've done in the past. For example, this bill is going to be the first allocation for recovery funds for Hurricanes Laura, Delta, Zeta, all the ones we experienced in 2020. I would strongly urge this committee, whoever's writing this bill, to either allow us to offer amendments that would include Ida funds or to actually include it in the base text. I think that this is absolutely critical. It is going to cost the federal government more money by waiting longer. And just to let you know, in the past when this has not been done, whether it's a Republican leadership or a Democrat leadership, I have fought for this. I think it is a mistake for us to drag on, to leave these people in conditions. Let me just describe, Mr. Chairman. Winds were measured up to 194 miles an hour. Storm surge was up to 15 feet. Rainfall up to 18 inches. We have areas that even today still don't have electricity, cell phone service, internet, don't have water and wastewater systems. I think that it's absolutely critical for long-term recovery that we provide some funds. I don't think that the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program is the best mechanism. I think it's proven it can't respond with urgency, and I'd rather see funds provided to individuals through the Economic Development Administration, through the Department of Commerce, which has a much better track record of actually getting money to victims. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to cover the additional topic. And
I would just suggest that we don't have the CR yet, so I would make some calls to the appropriations committees before they bring the bill to us to see whether they can make any accommodation.
And certainly we've been doing that.
Yeah,
sir.
and then we can figure it out from there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any question. I just want to state for the record that the Pentagon opened all combat roles to women in 2015. A congressionally mandated commission recommended last year that women should be eligible for the draft. There are lawsuits alleging that excluding women, somehow unconstitutional. And 5 years ago, the Senate voted to make this change. John McCain supported it, and I trust his judgment immensely on these matters. We haven't had a draft since 1973, and I hope that we never have another one, quite frankly. But any parent I know would be just as terrified of sending their daughter into war as they are sending their son into war. And the way to prevent that is not to make who shoulders the burden dependent on gender. It's to make sure that we handle matters of war and peace seriously, and that war is the last resort. And some of us, in a bipartisan way, are trying to ensure that in the future, when we talk about going to war, that actually Congress does its job, that we don't, when we pass AUMFs, that they sunset so that we have to regularly come back and debate them and decide whether or not what we did was right. And hopefully, maybe we can actually make those changes this year. So I will turn to Mr. Cole. No questions. Ms. Torres. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you acknowledging the administration of Richard Nixon, which ended the draft in this country. Very significant.
And my last name is McGovern.
Yeah, right. But I think Representative Green is correct to bring this amendment forward. I think this deserves a debate by the House, and I think it deserves every member of this House putting their card in and voting their conscience on this. And it would be a mistake to leave it buried in the substance of the bill. That we all like to vote for this bill. This may be a problem for some of us, and it is reasonable to come up to the Rules Committee, and I appreciate it being brought forward. This needs to be made in order as a standalone amendment. Every member should put their card in, yes or no. And then I further have a question for Mr. Griffith. We've had this discussion a few times over the last 10 or 12 years.
Yes, sir.
How in the world have you not gotten this fixed between Chairman McKeon and Chairman Thornberry and now Chairman Smith? I would think an effective lawyer such as yourself would have solved this problem by now.
I would have thought so too. But I will assure you that at times there are those who have felt that they just didn't want to open up the whole can of worms as to what was going on with, what was constitutional, what wasn't constitutional. There were times when it was thought that if we opened up this section, it might cause other amendments to come forward. I don't know what they would be. I'm just trying to straighten out this problem, which I've seen for years and tried to resolve. I feel it makes the entire act unconstitutional. And so I don't get to the other issues of debate because I stop right there. And we have an obligation too, and I think a lot of folks have relied on that. The courts aren't going to probably enforce this is what they think. And in the one case where they got close to an issue like this, they did decide against some language, but it's not directly on point. And further, we as Congress have an obligation to uphold the Constitution. The courts are not the only ones that have to do that. We have an obligation to hold it up to, and I don't really like feeling like I've got to have somebody spend, if in the future it's used improperly and abused, in my opinion, I wouldn't want to see somebody have to pony up tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to take this matter up to the Supreme Court of the United States. I think ultimately it would be found unconstitutional. But in the meantime, somebody languishes in indefinite detention. Goodlatte at one time tried to add in, I'm just trying to add in a scienter or knowledge requirement. Goodlatte tried to put in, and the House approved it, a habeas corpus provision. The Senate took that one out, which would have greatly improved it. But I think we have to do something to make it clear beyond any doubt that this is not to be used lightly and should not be used against American citizens on American soil unless the military can show some evidence, I'm not requiring proof beyond a reasonable doubt, just some evidence that there was that scienter, that knowledge that they were in fact assisting a terrorist in the furtherance of a terrorist act.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've just observed that I serve on another committee with the gentleman from Virginia, and when he raises a question like this, it's not something that's done for any reason other than the serious desire to make sure that we do our job as representatives of the people and not enact laws that are unconstitutional and then expect the courts to save us from ourselves. I've heard him make this argument on multiple occasions in the Energy and Commerce Committee. If the ability exists to remedy the problem, I think you're right. Why not fix it rather than let it remain a problem? And clearly it has remained a problem in your mind for over 10 years' time.
Well, and the real fear is that while it's not been used, someday we could have some rogue actor who chose to use it, and 10 years later, perhaps you get your justice in the courts, but you've lost 10 years of your life when all you did was perhaps, and there are thousands of examples I could give, but that's the one I think is makes it clear is all you did was give somebody a ride. You had no idea they were a terrorist carrying a bomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we should take his amendment into consideration, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perlmutter.
Just a couple questions for Dr. Winstrup. So why you would think that this amendment that you're asking for would already be the law, that, you know, until you're separating from the military, you wouldn't have your final exam. So is it just that the law is written too broadly, or what's occurred?
So it's written so that as you leave your active military service, you have this, you know, you get your final exam. Plus, we learn a lot, you know, what's happened to you health-wise over your military career. And then it's there to, you know, establish any disability that you may be leaving with, et cetera. I mean, anybody in reserve or guard can do that as well. But because it was written that as you leave active component, you get this exam. Well, reserve and guard are not active component until they've been federalized and gone to work. And like I said, they're called up to active duty. And sometimes it's only 30-some days. And then you have everyone in that unit, it could be company size or who knows what, and everyone then has to go through this physical. When they're not leaving military service, they're just leaving active component. And so it doesn't deny any of the other entities of healthcare and claims and disability and line of duty injury or any of those things. It just says, you don't have to do this. And it's a tremendous burden to take all of these people perfectly healthy and just went and served 30 days somewhere, and now they all are lined up having to go through this physical exam.
Did you offer this in committee?
No, it's just more come to my awareness recently, and so that's why I'm offering it here. I wish I had offered it sooner, but I've become more aware of the details of it, especially as a reservist myself. And so you have, you know, the medical component of our military going, we can't keep up with all this, and so sometimes they don't even get that exam for months and months. And it's hard for a guard or reserve to go back home to your regular job and then still have to fulfill this obligation at some point when there's really not the personnel, and the personnel would rather be taking care of the people that say, I need some mental help, or I have a line of duty injury, and then it's all there. So none of that is taken away. It just, and even if you're leaving and you say, you know, I'd like to get a physical before you can get in line, but it gives you the option of not having to do it when and only when you are returning to your reserve or guard unit.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like a reasonable amendment to me. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. All right, who's left here? All right, Mr. Raskin, Ms. Scanlon, Mr. Morelli.
I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeSagne, Ms. Ross, Mr. DeGoose. No other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next panel is Mr. Moore from Utah and Mr. Mast from Florida. I think that's it, right? I don't see anybody else here. Thank you.
No, he's right. I agree with you, too.
Yep, there you go. Why don't you, Mr. Mast, why don't you begin?
All good?
All good. You're all, just make sure your microphone's on. Then that means it's on.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. I appreciate it. Oh, I guess it was a different shade of green. There we go. It was green. It wasn't the right shade of green. My amendment specifically today, it relates to this, specifically Lake Okeechobee, where there are U.S. Army Corps of Engineer personnel, uniformed personnel stationed, so uniformed soldiers that on a yearly basis are being poisoned by what's in this jar. This jar is well beyond the threshold of what the EPA did a study, determined was poisonous, 8 parts per billion microcystin algae. This measured early this summer, before things got really bad, about 865 parts per billion. Study also spoke specifically of the fact that this would remain as an airborne toxin for a distance of up to 10 miles. If you're curious about the half-life on something like this, obviously it's it's going to linger in the air much longer at a level of 865 parts per billion than at a level of 8 parts per billion. To talk about how greatly people are affected by this, there's not a great number of U.S. Army personnel that are affected by this, but those that are affected greatly. They're surrounded by this for literally hundreds of yards around the lock and dam structures that they work at on Lake Okeechobee, 5 separate locations around Lake Okeechobee where they will become surrounded by this all summer long. The amendment would specifically ask a couple of things, recognizing that it becomes, the EPA says it's toxic at a level of 8 parts per billion, that being the threshold mark for saying that uniformed personnel would receive a hazardous duty pay for their work 8-10 hours a day, sitting on top of this, breathing it in, which is unbearable. I could tell you, I could open it up for you if you want to know how unbearable it is. Stays on your clothes, comes out of your skin as you're taking a shower in the hours thereafter. And then in addition to receiving a hazardous duty for those personnel stationed around it, having something go in their file that denotes their exposure to this toxin that, as noted medically, will lead to Alzheimer's, kidney failure, liver failure, as well as a number of other hazards that the list could go on and on and on. I spent my career as a bomb technician in ordnance, and I would say this as something literal. If this was something that was in a 155 millimeter round projectile that was fired out towards an enemy or fired back at us, guys like me would have to go out there in mop suits, determine a vector for where the wind was blowing and what direction something like this was going to go, how the communities around that would be affected, and we're letting our service members get poisoned by this for 8-10 hours a day every single year. There was an issue that came up where T&I asked to have jurisdiction over military personnel, hazardous duty pays, and I don't want some kind of backroom deal going on here where this is going to, as much as I love transportation and infrastructure, I sit on that committee. I haven't been given the opportunity to handle military personnel issues there on T&I. If that's going to be the case, then I would assume that we're going to get to start handling military personnel issues also for Coast Guard and other agencies. So I think there's another question that's at play here. I'm not the only one that thinks that. The parliamentarian, I'll submit this for the record to you guys, also noting from the parliamentarian that they say that this is germane to the NDAA as it is a military personnel and pay issue. I thank you all for the time.
No, I thank
Happy
you.
to answer any questions.
I think we're waiting to hear from CBO to see if there's a budget. That's one thing we're waiting for right now. But, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. Appreciate your testimony as well. Distinguished members of the committee, I stand before you to urge your support for Amendment 293 to H.R. 4350. Like many of us, I was heartbroken from the stories coming from Afghanistan as our office scrambled to help evacuate as many U.S. citizens and eligible Afghan families as possible. I've offered this amendment to ensure that the Taliban answers for every human rights crime committed against American citizens and our Afghan partners. My amendment simply requires the Secretary of State and Director of National Intelligence to report on incidences of human rights violations by the Taliban against U.S. citizens, their family members, and Afghan citizens who have supported American military and diplomatic efforts. We know that human rights violations have proliferated in the wake of the Taliban takeover. On July 23, 2021, as Taliban control expanded, Foreign Policy reported incidences of forced marriages and sex slavery. When the Taliban took over the town of Saigon, with an H, in mid-July, they ordered local mosques to make lists of all young women and widows due to the Taliban adherence to an ideology that regards women as commodities or spoils of war. On August 12, 2021, the U.S. Embassy in Kabul said it had received deeply disturbing reports that could constitute war crimes of the Taliban executing members of the Afghan military who had surrendered. We all know of these stories. We've seen them. It's clear that a comprehensive report on the misconduct of the Taliban is necessary to ensure Taliban officials face full accountability for their crimes. After nearly 20 years of continuous deployment, the sacrifice of over 20,000 American lives, and $2 trillion in taxpayer money, the American people deserve an accounting of Taliban human rights violations during and after the U.S. withdrawal. In summary, I sit on the Armed Services Committee as well. We submitted, right, as things were, as we were all watching and as this all unfolded, the Afghanistan Accountability Act. And candidly, I submitted that act with a sincere intent, not a partisan intent, to be able to instill accountability into this whole situation. We were fortunate to get a portion of that into the NDAA already. I never expected that act. I've been in Congress 9 months, enough to know that maybe a freshman from the minority is not going to pass his law the second that he puts it in the docket. But our hope was that HIPS, that Intel, and that Foreign Relations and Armed Services could have a portion of this act, that it could go into help these as we continue to have committee hearings going forward. That is my intent. Again, I will emphasize, this is not a partisan intent. The language is very simple, and that it just requires reporting of these activities. There are commissions that have been established. There was good work in the Armed Services Committee markup. I was really proud of it. And this is just one extra piece that would require a reporting mechanism be in place for the NDAA. So with that, I'll just conclude my comments. Appreciate the chance to come and speak to rules, and thanks for the opportunity.
It was great to have you here. Thank you. Mr. Cole.
A couple quick things. First, I'd ask the committee stipulate that Mr. Mass not be asked to open his jar, that we accept what he has to say.
Moving away.
Absolute fact. But seriously, I appreciate what you're doing here. We've all dealt with these situations from Agent Orange to burn pits where people didn't think about this. I particularly like the fact that you noted in the record, so that if somebody runs into a problem like this down the road, we've established an official record that it could be brought out to help that individual. I think it's really important, so I thank you for bringing it forward. I certainly hope it's included. And I'll say the same thing about Mr. Moore. Just quickly, just so the whole committee knows, what was your background before you were in Congress?
I have official time on my resume with the U.S. State Department, so I have a diplomatic and intelligence background.
Okay, I just wanted people to be aware of that. Very serious player when it comes to these kinds of issues and knows what you're talking about. And so, again, I appreciate you singling out the work of the committee because I, like you, think it did a really good job in very many areas, but I'd love to see this added as well if we can get it on there. And with that, Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres. Dr. Burgess.
No further questions, but I do want to thank both our witnesses. These are both important amendments that you've brought us, and I urge the committee to make them in order.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
Just want to thank the gentleman, and please don't leave your exhibit.
You
know I was going to, but
Mr. Raskin, Ms. Scanlon, Mr. Morelli, Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Ross, Mr. Neguse. People are all on virtual here. No other questions? Thank you both very, very much. Appreciate it. Leave the. Yeah, so nobody wants to testify. So without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to call of the chair. And so my hope. What did I say? Did I say?
Yeah, if you want to go off the record, but could you?
Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Okay. The committee comes to order. are unaccounted for from World War II, Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Cold War, the Gulf Wars, and the global war on terror. Now, I was pleased to see the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency receive the funding it needs in this year's NDAA, and we must never stop searching for the brave men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, which is why I was proud to offer this amendment with my colleague, Congressman Jerry Connolly. This amendment will assist the United States in upholding the eternal promise to our armed forces to always bring our men and women home. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you very much. Any questions, Mr. Cole?
Well, first of all, if you can get Jerry Connolly and Glenn Thompson on the same amendment, it ought to be in order. And second, just, I want my friend to know I think so much of him that I postponed doing this for you, so you can get this hearing in.
Any questions on the Democratic side? Any questions on the Republican side? Thank you very much. And without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. All right.